sad. That's why it's brown.
Everybody's yard is looking sad.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Bye.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. President Donald Trump in the East Room of the White House with the 2025 Navy football team, getting ready to present them with the Commander-in-Chief Trophy for excelling in when it comes to the military academies and their athletic programs. So this is a ceremony going on right now in the East Room of the White House. We're going to go ahead and listen in as President Trump continues to speak.
These lunatics have nuclear weapons because they were going to use them. They'd use them fast. One of the ways you know that is when this whole thing started, they started shooting missiles all over the Middle East at countries that were basically not involved because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. The only question would have been the first hour or the first day. That's the only question. They would have used it. And if they can use a nuclear weapon, the world would have been in big trouble. We had to stop. It should have been done long ago. I also want to thank FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, perhaps the most powerful man in this room. You are doing some job. He's trying to keep the fake news. He's trying to make the fake news real and respected again, which is not an easy job, but you're doing a really amazing job. First time that's happened in 25 years. So I congratulate you and everybody in the room. Everybody in this whole country is watching what you're doing, and we appreciate it. When a man can get elected in a landslide, winning think of it, 7 swing states, win them all. We win the popular vote. We win the electoral college by a tremendous amount. We win the counties by 82 or 84%. And I got no good press. Think of it. Only one thing. That only means one thing. These people are not respected. They're just not respected, and we have to have a press that's respected. When you can win an election where they say that I got 94% bad press, think of it. The other side got 94% good press. When they can get 94% and you win in a landslide, that means the press is not respected. People have no confidence in. So you're doing a fantastic job. Senators Todd Young and Dan Sullivan, great senators, wherever you may be. You're here someplace. Where are you? Hello, fellas. Good senators. great guys, and Representatives Ronnie Jackson, White House doctor. He served 3 presidents. He said he had Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of Barack Hussein Obama? You had Obama. I didn't want to talk about Biden, but he said, and you had Bush. You had young Bush, I call him, young Bush. I was not a fan, but that's all right. But the press asked him, who was the healthiest of the 3? Doc Ronnie. Stand up, Doc Ronnie. There's a big deal. Took a lot of heat for this. They said, no, most guys would say, well, we don't want to talk about that. They said, who's the healthiest of the 3? He said, President Donald J. Trump by far. If he didn't eat junk food, he'd live to 200 years old, he said. And I love this guy, and he then left and he ran. He was an admiral, and he then left, and he was a White House doctor, a very respected one. He saved a lot of lives. He was a great doctor. People don't realize that. And he then left, and he said, sir, I'd like to run for Congress. I said, you've never done it before. You won't be able to pull it off. In a very, very all-Trump district, there were 28 people running. Man was retiring. He's been there for years. And I said, Ron, I don't know. It's going to be tough, but we'll try it, right? And we got him in. He blew him away. There was one man that was favored. He was a rhino. He was favored to win easily, and we wiped him out, right, Ron? And he's been a congressman. He's one of the most popular people in Congress. But I don't care about that. I just care that he was my doctor, and he said I'm the healthiest human being he's ever. Ronnie, am I healthier than these guys back here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. All right. See, this is why I like him. Also with Ronnie is Derek Van Orden, a fantastic guy, and members of the Naval Academy's Board of Visitors. Sean Spicer has gone on to great things, and Walt Nuda. Walt, where's Walt? Walt's become a very famous guy. He works with me, and he does a great job. Great, loyal, incredible person. And Sean Spicer, where's Sean? Where's Sean? Great job, and he's got a very successful television career going. What the hell do I get out of it? Well, you know what? I get nice statements. That's what I get out of it, right?
Yes, sir. 100%.
It's great. You've done great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Those are really the people that are very much in charge of making everything work at the Academy. And the other academies, separate groups. A very important position. For the Navy midshipmen, 2025 was truly a season for the ages. You didn't just win the Commander-in-Chief's trophy, you made history as one of the greatest teams to ever wear the proud uniform of Navy football. Some uniform. The teams have gotten so good in the schools that I was able to get, and we're pushing it very hard to make it permanent, a military academy deferment policy. So, because you have some people here, you know, when I went on the field and I threw up a coin, I'm standing next to these guys, they were monsters. I said, look at the size of these guys. I thought they were supposed to be smaller. I thought you had sort of restrictions on size, you know? We got rid of that because some of these guys were extremely large. And we have the NFL teams here also. When whoever wins the Super Bowl, they come. The baseball teams, we had the Dodgers, we have them all. But I saw the size of these guys, so I got used to it. And I said, these guys are as big as the NFL. And at one of the visits a while ago, first term, they asked me, they said, sir, we have a hard time recruiting because a player, if he's really good, he can't do the 4 or 5 years in the military service. Could you would like to do a military academy deferment policy? I immediately knew what he meant. And we got it done. And it allows you to defer your service until after your career. So if you go in the NFL for 10 years, so now everyone wants to join. So do I get credit for this successful team then? The superintendent's going to say yes. I don't know about the coach. I don't know about Kelly. But the coach, I think, it made your life a little bit easier. It was tough. It was tough for the teams when they used to have to play guys that were twice their size, right? So they did good. They had better heart. They have the best heart in the business, but size does matter. And so what we did is we got that so you have a deferment, so a lot of people are able to join now, and they do their service later. They're great patriots, but that would be a lot to ask. And I think it's helped your teams really compete at the highest level. The team was led by your incredible senior class, and that includes the co-captain and star quarterback, Blake Horvath, who is fantastic. Where are you, Blake? Wait a minute, you were a player. at that game. He's a player. Yeah, but good everything. You can run it, you can throw it. What do you think? NFL material? You have no choice, you have to. Thank you. Stay up here if you want. Look at this guy. He walks up. Most of them just stay there. Just, they don't want it. Very good. Look at him. I can't get rid of him. I can't stay there if you want. Come on, stay there. He's a quarterback. What the hell? But he ends his college career as one of the most accurate Navy quarterbacks of all time with an astounding almost 60% completion rate, second only to the man we just spoke about, Roger Staubach, who was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. He served 5 years, and then he came in, and came in at like 27 or something, and he was phenomenal as an NFL player. Likewise, senior wide receiver Eli Haydenreich scorched opposing defenses all year long. They've been writing about him, a lot of stories, setting a school record for receiving touchdowns, and you do need a quarterback for that. Where's Eli? Where's Eli? Come here, Eli. Get over here. Look at the size of this guy. They're all saying he's got NFL. Pretty good. I see by the size of those hands, you have no trouble catching that ball. Beautiful. And we're going to bring them down to the Oval Office. Nobody else. We don't have room for none of all these big shots that we have here. None of the senators, none of all these people. We're going to bring them down. We're giving them a special medal, a beautiful medal, a very expensive medal that if I see it on eBay tonight, I'll be extremely upset. All right, so we're going to all march down there later. Congratulations. Thank you very much. That's great. Very nice that you say that. The whole team is pointing at you. Are you looking to go NFL if you can?
Yes, sir. I'm hoping to.
Okay, good. That's great. I'll bet you make it. So we have Eli and setting all the school records for receiving touchdowns, earning a spot at the NFL Combine, and cementing himself as, without a doubt, the greatest wide receiver in Navy history. That is not bad. Did you do the Combine?
Yes, sir.
How did you find it? Were you impressed by the athletes?
I was, yes, sir.
Were you as good as them?
I like the.
Were you better? They're all saying they like you. They're all saying he's better. Good. I can see it. We're going to watch, okay? We're watching all you guys. And let's not forget one of the strongest athletes the Navy has ever seen. Oh, this is the guy I want to meet. Who was named a first-team All-American. You can't do better than that. On 5 different organizations. So 5 groups named a first-team All-American. Senior lineman and co-captain Landon Robertson. Where's Landon? Where's? His arms are like steel. It just hurt my head. I hit his muscle. It's like steel. You think I can take him in a fight? Like Ronnie. Thank you. Congratulations. That's fantastic. So listen to this about Landon with a 665-pound squat and a 465-pound bench press. What about women playing in men's sports? Think we could have a woman take your position? Is there a woman out there? I don't think so. You know, we're trying to end that. No men. Think of it. No men in women's sports. Maybe I'll put Landon in women's sports for a little while. How ridiculous. I mean, you know, they say that's an 80-20 issue. No. That's a 99% issue. It's amazing. Thank goodness the Democrats keep pushing these things. Open borders, transgender for everybody, and they want to have men playing women's sports. So Landon has some really big records, and he's so strong that the team had to special order a longer barbell. I see, because the barbell would break. That's crazy. Is he the strongest one on the team? Is that one? Huh? No doubt with all you big, strong guys. Look at this guy again. What do you think, So thank you very much. We have a lot of fun at these things. I love sports, and I love athletics, and I love competition. I love competition, and these guys are champions. But perhaps no single player better represents the heart and soul of this team than your 5'9", 174. I love those guys. Those guys that are a little smaller than you're supposed to be, but they have a bigger heart than everybody on the team, right? And the other team, too. 174-pound playmaker who delivered key knockouts and blocks on opponents almost twice his size. Senior Brandon Chapman. Brandon plays selfless, relentless football. I got this from his coach. As he likes to say, quote, here's a quote, "The way I look at it, the fight's not over until I win." That's it, right? Just keep going. And that's really the spirit of the Navy and our great sailors. Where are you, Brandon? They love him. Boy, I tell you, you don't have players like that. You don't win. You just can't win. You need people like Brandon, and they all have that big heart. It's very tough when you get into that elite group. When you beat those schools that are big and powerful, it's a pretty amazing thing. This group of winners opposed and opened the 2025 season with 7 straight victories, including a thrilling win over one of your top rivals. It's always tough, too, Air Force. Coach, Air Force is always tough. What is that? I mean, they're always tough. You beat them, but they always seem to have a good record, and they always seem to do well, right? But no problem with this team, right? What was the score you won by, Coach? Was it a close game or not that close? 1 by 3. You won a couple of close ones, but you won. Doesn't really matter as long as you win, right? So that's great, Coach. But as every Navy football player knows, you don't make it to the White House unless you also triumph over Army on that second Saturday of December, which is the whole deal. I was at that game. It was amazing. It was an amazing game. The spirit, and I have to say, they introduced Trump. The place went crazy. There were no, let's give a little boo. There wasn't a boo in the house. Even the fake news couldn't say. I've gone to games where I would say I got 97%, but there might be one person, boo, boo. They cover that person. They interview that person becomes a star. But they couldn't find any person at that game. That was some game. It was some scene in the historic 126 Army-Navy football game. And again, something I really enjoyed. I love being there. I'll be there. Coach, I'll be there. You got to be back, Coach. We can't ever lose you. You'll be back, right? Well, you better be back. Do whatever you do, Kelly. Get him signed, right? Speaking of that, and you get him signed, all right? But you battled back from a 2-score deficit to draw within 6 points in the fourth quarter. I was there. It was looking not great. It was not looking great, fellas.
President Trump continuing to speak right now at the White House, part of this ceremony where he's presenting the Commander-in-Chief trophy to the 2025 Navy football team. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to the White House where President Trump is speaking right now as part of this ceremony with the Navy football team. You see the members of the midshipmen football team right behind him. He's recognized several of them for their accomplishments, and he has also talked about a number of other topics during this as well, as he often does. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the president speaks at the White House.
What did I do? I went out and said, I'm going to sign an executive order to ensure that the second Saturday in December is preserved exclusively. Nobody's playing football. Not Ohio State against Notre Dame, not LSU against Alabama. Nobody's going to play football for 4 hours during that very special time of the year in December. It's preserved forever for the Army-Navy game. Now, if you don't want to watch football, you don't have to. But if you want to watch football, you're only watching one game. You're not watching 19 different games, all of them in many ways big. So, Coach, that puts a little pressure because the whole world's going to be watching. So nobody else is going to be allowed. Of course, we'll probably get sued at some point, because we always get sued. But we win those suits, and we'll win this one. The only game that's going to be played, so we preserve that time, no matter who it is. You're playing the Army-Navy game. It keeps it special. We like it, right? Are you okay with it? Huh? And just simply, we don't want other college football games over, playing over us. And frankly, I'd always watch the Army-Navy game anyway, but you don't know. You get some of these games, they're pretty tough and pretty good, and they're pretty tough. And they'll be able to play, but they'll play after 7 o'clock, I think. We brought it all the way up to 7 o'clock, so that should give you plenty of time, even if you have a little overtime stuff. So it's great. It's just an honor to do because it's such an important tradition of our country. It's beyond football, actually. It's a tradition of our country. In 2 short months, the 28 seniors on this team will be commissioned as officers in the greatest military the world has ever seen. We have the greatest military in the world, the strongest, the greatest, and we're proving that when you can take Venezuela in a matter of minutes, put somebody on a helicopter that was well guarded with thousands of people with iron doors. Those doors were like plastic. The United States Navy, the Marines, the whole military, we have the greatest in the world. I was so proud of what I did. And I always loved Space Force because that was my baby. That has never happened. That hasn't happened in 81 years, a new force. And it hadn't happened. And I think we all agree that Space Force has become, you think, right? Very important to the success that we're having even now. Over the past few weeks, the world has seen the true strength and might of our sailors and aviators as they fought in one of the most complex and successful military operations of all time against the Iranian regime. And it's amazing. It's not, I don't want to get too crazy here. Not a contest. It's not even a contest. They do whatever they want. They had a lot of great equipment. Russian equipment, Chinese equipment, they had plenty of money. That equipment was useless against us, useless. No force on earth can beat the American sailors or the American military. We're the strongest in the world by far. To those standing behind me who will soon be joining these missions, I say, sail fast, stay strong, and go Navy. And I just want to congratulate again this incredible team on the win of this trophy. It's not often that this trophy gets presented. You have to have a very special year to get it. And I'm going to sign the executive order right now and then invite Coach Newberry up to say a few words and talk about what a great team and what great individuals they are. So, Coach, I'll sign and then you take over, okay? Thank you very much. This is not an auto pen. Imagine taking it and say, would you please have this signed? Somehow, I don't know how they got by that. It didn't work. Let's go. All right, it's a good one. We rate them. That's close to a 10, maybe a 10. See, fellas, so you can see it first. That's pretty good, right? I'll give these out also. We'll pass them around. If you're gonna get them down at the office, you're gonna get that here from the state bank. Coach, take over. Thank you very much.
President Trump signing that order there for the Commander-in-Chief trophy. Getting ready to hear from the head football coach of the Navy football team as well during this ceremony in the East Room of the White House. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll have a lot to get to today, so we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And we'll give you a live look right now along Florida's Space Coast, where Artemis II SLS Orion been rolling out to the launch pad since late last night, a process that I think it began early this morning, a little bit later than originally anticipated. But we'll be right back. Keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, we are ready for the weekend.
Yes.
And some beautiful weather this weekend?
Yes. Honestly, this forecast, I'm very excited. It's a very Friday-like forecast today, too.
Good.
It's going to be a lot better than yesterday. It was still a little chilly. There were some clouds around yesterday, but much more sunshine today. Already seeing that. So we will take it.
Heading into the weekend the right way.
Right. A very Friday-like forecast, and meaning we're going to be very comfortable, a good amount of sunshine. We won't be completely cloud-free, but we will be rain-free. That's the important part. We'll go from around 73 by 2 to 74 by 5, and we'll actually top out at around 75 degrees today in Orlando specifically. So when it comes to our temperatures, we'll be closer to the upper 60s and low 70s at the coast. I do think most spots will be reaching the low 70s near the coast, but maybe some cooler areas too thrown into the mix. But the further west you go, the warmer the temperatures will be for this afternoon, even closing in on 77 for the Villages to Bushnell and 76 in Leesburg, 76 as well in Kissimmee. So a pretty big range as far as temperatures go. I wanted to show this view because this is Daytona Beach, where it's very choppy out there with the surf. There is a high risk of rip current, so if you're heading out to the beaches today, I know it's going to be pretty tempting. Temperatures aren't going to be warming up too terribly much. Again, in the upper 60s, low 70s at best. It's still going to be a little breezy too. We have a high risk of rip currents, Local lifeguards and officials are really urging everyone to stay out of the water, even if you are a strong swimmer. It's just a little too dangerous, and we could see how choppy the surf was too. So if you're heading to the beaches, maybe just stay out of the water. It's good for a beach walk or even just kind of lounging out and maybe just dipping your toes in the water at most, just because of that rip current risk. But it'll be a little chilly. I would say a light jacket, not a bad idea for at least the early afternoon. When it comes to the weekend forecast, though, things are really turning up. We're going to see temperatures in the low and middle 80s. Gorgeous. In all honesty, 82 will be your high tomorrow, 85 by Sunday. And we're also going to stay pretty dry, too. Winds are going to gradually kind of shift out of the south, and that's going to help to pump in some of that warmer air. And it's going to feel a lot more like spring break and a lot more like Florida. Our typical high, by the way, is 79. So we're going to be going from below that to above that throughout the next couple of days, but not by a ton. This is going to still be pretty normal and pretty seasonable for us. We're going to be dry through about Monday. Rain chances pick back up by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week with our next system. Still some inconsistency, so throughout the weekend as we get more data in, we'll be able to fine-tune the timing of these a little bit better and figuring out which day has better and higher chances of showers and storms. But 7-day looks like this. Overall, not bad. Today's kind of the last day in the 70s, and we'll see those mid-80s return, even as high as possibly 86 by Monday. Then we'll drop back down just a little bit into the low 80s by Wednesday with those rain chances moving in, and then bouncing back quickly by Thursday, back in the middle 80s. So again, above normal the next couple of days. So we're kind of a back and forth, very spring-like for us around here. So yeah, I think it's looking a lot more like spring break. I feel for everyone who was here this week.
Oh my gosh, I know.
It was not the best, but what do you do?
Not ideal, but not really something you can control. I mean, it's it just is what it is. I mean, it still for the out-of-towners, it still beats what they would be dealing with. You know, for the locals, it's probably not the best, but
it's not ideal, but we'll manage. It's kind of free AC weather, as I've been saying. I did actually turn on my heat the last couple of nights.
Just come on.
But my house is super drafty. I have very old windows. That's my excuse. Okay. So it does get a little cold, and I have like cats that are a little older, so I want to make sure they're comfortable.
Got to pamper the cats.
Yes, those are my children, but. Yeah, we'll be seeing a solid warm up the next couple of days at least.
Yeah, much more spring-like, just in time for, today being the first day of spring.
Exactly. Mother Nature taking note, so
we like
excited.
It. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We know the NCAA basketball tournament is going on. It's a fun weekend, but here's some exciting news for baseball fans. We are less than a week away from the start of the season, just a few days away now at this point, so we are almost there. And we are taking a look at what the outlook is for a number of our local teams. And we're pleased to, we want to take a look at the Marlins right now. I'm pleased to be joined by Eli Sussman, the founder of Fish on First. Eli, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be back, Garrett, and a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah, a lot to talk about. So here we are. Spring training is winding down. What have we seen? What stands out to you about this Marlins roster as they get ready to kind of break camp and get ready for the regular season?
The Marlins will say, and I think almost every other team would agree, that the sign of a successful spring training is guys just don't get hurt. That's the most important thing, is actually having your players available for the real games coming up shortly. And from that perspective, you'd have to say it's been successful for this team. They lost one starting pitcher in Adam Mazur to season-ending elbow surgery, but that's about it. Almost everybody else is either going to be opening day ready or ready very shortly after that, in a way that gives them very good depth, at least at the start of the season. In terms of what we've actually seen on the field, I think a team-wide trend that has stood out is the base running. They are right at the top of the leaderboards for team stolen bases. It's not only a huge volume of steals, but also very good efficiency as well. Like, they're making very good decisions from a wide variety of players on the roster. This is something that was more of an emphasis throughout the entire Marlins organization last season, and it has definitely carried over into 2026. So the preparation that they put into that, not just having the athletes to do it, but actually putting in the research on the opposition in order to get really high quality leads and know exactly when you want to steal. That's going to be important, because this is a team that didn't hit for a ton of power last year. And right now, it could kind of go either way in that department. It's going to be important for them to create runs by doing things like that, by running the bases more aggressively.
And this is a team that has one of the youngest rosters in Major League Baseball. That's something that, of course, is not necessarily new to this Marlins franchise. But what do you make of the young talent on this team and what they might be capable of?
It's somewhat of a necessity, because if we're being honest, they're young because they're inexpensive, one of the lowest payrolls in all of baseball. If that direction comes from ownership, then it kind of hamstrings what the front office can do in terms of putting the team together. But that being said, they are a little bit more experienced than last year. There is a lot of continuity of guys that were rookies last year. For a team that had more than a dozen different players make their major league debuts, most of those players are back, and it wouldn't be all that ridiculous to expect many of them to be even better versions of themselves now that they have that experience moving forward. And they made a couple of free agent signings to add a little bit more experience on the position player side. It's Christopher Morel, who looks like he'll be the primary first baseman at the start of the year. The one that they're more encouraged about to this point would have to be on the pitching side, Chris Paddock, who has been ironically started his professional career with the Marlins organization more than a decade ago, was traded away. He's become a bit of a journeyman at this point, but he's been fantastic in spring training. We're talking heading into his final start of the spring. He still hasn't allowed a single earned run. And I think the Marlins are pretty happy about the variety of his pitch mix and his willingness to learn from them, even at this stage of his career. I think he's going to be a good fit for their clubhouse overall, to go along with, of course, having Sandy Alcantara being one of the few really long-term staples of their clubhouse. He's someone that's still very enthusiastic, and he himself is trying to bounce back from an uncharacteristically bad year, and that gives him all the motivation that he needs.
Well, last season under contract too, if I'm not mistaken, which is some additional motivation to succeed.
His last guaranteed year under his deal. If he performs well enough, there is a club option for 2027 as well. If he performs the way that he did last season, then that option might be declined, and he, as you say, he might become a free agent. So there is that pressure on him at this stage of his career to show that, if not one of the better pitchers in the league, that to show that he's at least somebody that they can count on to eat a ton of quality innings for them throughout the course of the season.
NL East is a tough division, Eli. So where do the Marlins fit?
It's when you look at it on paper, almost every single year, it seems a bit daunting from Marlins' perspective. This is a team that's never won the National League East in their entire history, and it would be a miracle if they won it again this year. I mean, fortunately, we're in an era with this expanded postseason format where there's no pressure really to win a division. You can still make it in one of 3 wildcard spots, and this is a Marlins team that they've been pretty clear about their philosophy as an organization under Peter Bendix. He's the president of baseball operations. The goal is just to make the playoffs as often as possible, get a ticket to the dance, and then we'll see what happens from there. And you can do that by finishing 3rd in the division. There's a crazy scenario where technically if they finish 4th in the division, it's possible. I mean, just looking around, I would say the vibes around the Marlins are still relatively positive, all things considered. They did finish the year in a good place during not really more than half a season in 2025. From the middle of June onward, they were a well above 500 team, and they were beating quality teams during the course of that process, including at the very end of the year. They beat the Mets 2 out of 3, and that made the difference between the Mets making the playoffs themselves and not, and falling short because of that. So given there's some indications that this team can compete with just about anybody, but I think the baseline expectation is they're probably 4th best behind the Phillies, Braves, and Mets in some order. But just looking at recent precedent, it was just a few years ago in 2023 that they made it to the playoffs. They finished 3rd in the division. So there is, that they're in an interesting position where they're aspiring to make it back to the playoffs this year, but not necessarily too worried about finishing ahead of every single team in that division to do so.
Yeah, all you got to do is make it to the playoffs, and you might have a shot. We've certainly seen that. So we're coming off a World Baseball Classic where we really saw Lone Depot Park and Miami shine. I mean, the atmosphere in some of those games was unreal. How cool would it be to see a Marlins playoff run with an atmosphere inside the park there that's just a fraction of that energy that we saw in the World Baseball Classic there?
This is a conversation that we've had even dating back to the previous WBC in 2023, just seeing the atmosphere, seeing that the majority of those games for the tournament get sold out in that environment. Really, the only thing that does come close to matching that is if they make it into October from a Marlins perspective, when there's so much pressure on those individual games, when many of them are literal elimination games and the stakes are so high, then naturally that brings a lot of people out, and that brings so much energy out of them. And kind of as you alluded to, it's not only about filling up the place, but the actual passion that people in the building have for those WBC games is something that's almost impossible to fully replicate in a major league setting, just because the stakes aren't quite as high on individual games the way that they are with a tournament. The goal is to get, as you mentioned, a fraction of that, just to get some of that same energy. And it's ultimately going to take winning. This is a Marlins team that throughout its history, even when they have some nice peaks, it just doesn't last. It doesn't sustain itself. They don't make it to October in consecutive years at any point. So sustained winning is going to be the key to that.
All right, and it all starts next week, opening day, where hope springs eternal. So we will see, and we'll be cheering them on and following along with Fish on First. Eli Sussman, founder of Fish on First. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Anytime, Garrett. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Take care. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Recording.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are heading into the weekend. Thank goodness. It's going to be so nice, and there are, like always, a lot of things going on that you might want to check out. So here to help us make our plans for the weekend, with our community crossroads, we have our friends from UNation, Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator. Always good talking with y'all, and an exciting weekend ahead, guys.
So excited to finally have a beautiful weekend ahead of us, Orlando. So it gives us an excuse to get out of the house and go do some really incredible things. We've got 4 events lined up for you and a couple of new spots that you should check out this weekend. Yeah, so let's start with a big one that we've been talking about here, and that's MegaCon. One of my personal favorite annual events that happens in Orlando every year. It is just such a fan experience. Anyone who's a fan of pop culture, no matter what your favorite IP is, you can find something that you're going to love at MegaCon. This event is happening at the Orange County Convention Center today through Sunday, and there is just so much when it comes to MegaCon. I'll try to sum it up for you guys, but not only are there like a lot of cosplay competitions and meetups, they also have an area, the anime arena, where you can meet some of your favorite voice actors from your favorite animes, attend different panels, join anime cosplay meetups. But I think one of the biggest talking points about MegaCon is how many celebrities are going to be there. There are so many opportunities for you to have like Q&A panels with your favorite celebrities, photo ops, autographs, and this lineup is wild. We're starting with the 25th anniversary of Lord of the Rings. There is a Lord of the Rings reunion with Orlando Bloom, Liv Tyler, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, and more. Plus, Brendan Fraser, John Cena, Alec Baldwin, William Shatner, Mr. T, and Jodie Whittaker are all going to be in appearance. The Grammy Award-winning voices from Huntrix, from K-pop Demon Hunters, the voices of Rumi and Zoe are going to be here this weekend. Plus, if you're a fan of Stranger Things Season 5, the stars of Delightful Derek and Cameron Wheeler will also be here this weekend. And truly, there are so many more, and so many more great things happening. A couple of pro tips from someone who goes every year. Parking can be a little bit of a pain, so prepay if you can. If not, just make sure you arrive early and know you might have to pay a little bit extra to have some good parking opportunities. Like I said, arrive early. There's going to be a line to get in, but security and getting your badge and everything goes by super quickly, so don't even worry about it. And come in costume. Come wearing some of your favorite merchandise from your favorite TV shows, movies, comics, whatever it is, because it's such a great opportunity to meet people and build that community that loves what you love. The vendor hall does get very, very crowded, as you can kind of see from these videos. So just be patient and be kind with the crowds, because you'll never know, who you're going to bump into, who you're going to meet, and you want to make sure you have time to look at all the incredible vendors that are going to be there. It's one of those things where I think people maybe who haven't been have some preconceived notions about it, but there really is just such a wide range of stuff that it offers. There's probably something for everybody there. Oh, 100%. Years that I go, I've seen some Star Wars setups. I've seen, there was even like last year, a little book haul where a bunch of authors came in and was signing all of their books. I know they have a horror panel specifically. So if you love Halloween Horror Nights, they got something there for you. So no matter what it is that you love, MegaCon has something for you. I guarantee it. Right. And now let's talk about Martini Fest going on this weekend for if you're looking for something sophisticated.
If you love trying different martinis, this is going to be the event for you at Caribe Royale tomorrow from 5 to 10 p.m. You can go and taste all different types of martinis. It's going to be a lot of fun. This hotel is stunning on the inside. There's so much to do there besides trying the martinis, but this was such a big hit last year that they decided to continue it this year. I do have a few tips though. If you do go, try to get a DD or download a rideshare app, because again, you will be tasting a lot of different drinks. We still have tickets available on UNation as well as a last minute event. So you can still go get those tickets. They're still available right now. They even have VIP tastings. So if you want that VIP ticket and spend a little bit extra money, you're going to get even a better experience. And of course, if you are hungry, they have a great restaurant in there called Stadium Club. You can go in their 360 bar, continue the party over there, and grab some delicious bites. They have the best pizza. They also have different simulators, so you can play golf, you can play baseball. There's a lot of different things to just work those drinks off before you go. Parking is not included, so just be prepared to pay and go to the hotel. And of course, bring a jacket in the evening. This is an indoor event, but it will get a little bit chillier. So just dress warmly, plan and be prepared for a DD, and have a great time.
So many, it sounds like, different varieties and different things that you are going to want to try there.
Absolutely. We're going to actually have a couple people on our team going out and trying it. So you can actually check us out on Stuff to Do in Orlando and watch it live if you're not able to make it.
All right. That is good to know there. Another way to experience that. And let's talk about the Winter Park Sidewalk Art Festival. Easy for me to say, but really cool thing to check out this weekend too.
As we mentioned, this weekend is going to be absolutely gorgeous outside. So a good excuse to go enjoy it outside in Winter Park, right on Park Avenue. This is the 67th annual Winter Park Sidewalk Art Festival. That is a mouthful, Garrett. I understand that. And it's happening today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Today and tomorrow, it'll be happening from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you'll be able to stroll through hundreds of different artist booths featuring their work in clay, painting, photography, sculpture, jewelry, fiber, glass, and so many more artistic mediums. It's also a very family-friendly event with some interactive children's workshops and a student exhibit as well to showcase some artworks of some local students. And of course, you get the chance to purchase these one-of-a-kind pieces directly from the artists themselves. I should also mention, probably the most important part, this is a free event. It costs no money to come and stroll and enjoy this beautiful artwork. So definitely show up for your community, enjoy the beautiful day on Park Avenue, and of course, go support the local businesses and local restaurants on Park Avenue as well, and just make it a whole day.
You might want to plan ahead, though, because we know that parking might not be the easiest for something like this.
For sure. Parking can be a little complicated around the Winter Park neighborhood. It's free parking, so that's a plus. But like we said, it's going to be a very big crowded event. So get there early, park early to get the good spots in the garage and the parking lots, unless you may park in some of the neighborhoods and have to walk just a little bit farther.
And Sarah, also going on this weekend, tell us about the Orlando Jazz Festival.
If you love jazz, you're going to have to go to this festival. This is Saturday and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. So you have the whole day. Again, the weather's going to be super pretty. They're going to be playing smooth sounds and soulful rhythms. And they're going to be having features from Grammy-nominated trumpeter and composer Chief Ajuda, who brings jazz, Afro-Indigenous rhythm, and forward-thinking sound to the lineup. There's also going to be more of a contemporary jazz and R&B vibe. So if you're trying to test out jazz and maybe you're not a huge jazz fan, it's going to be a little bit more contemporary. So bring those friends, go and just have a great time. It's going to be right in front of the lake with a really, really stunning waterfront view.
Well, you can't beat that. Going to be a really nice thing to check out, and some really cool stuff there. We have quite the wide range of experiences and events going on this weekend, so really something for everyone to check out. And we also have a few new spots that you want to spotlight, some new places for people to check out across Orlando.
Yes, we have 3 new locations we want to tell you guys about that you can go and add to your weekend itinerary and go experience more of what Orlando has to offer. Kicking off with the Abitsu store. It is actually the largest Abitsu store in the world, opened right here in Orlando. It is on West Sand Lake off of Highway 482. And it is your one-stop shop for your favorite Japanese snacks, beauty care, anime, and so much more. When our team went, they definitely were obsessed with all the different fun snack options they have. Japanese candy and snacks, honestly, hit different. They have so many unique flavors that you just cannot get in traditional American stores, including pizza chips. The one they're holding right there, the pizza flavor chips, they said were incredible, which I now need to try ASAP. But they also have affordable everyday essentials, again, snack beauty, some home goods, and everything is imported directly straight from Japan, so it's authentically Japanese. And the store itself is very, very bright, very fun. It's very organized, a lot to explore. So it's not overwhelming when you go in there. It's very clear. And overall, just a really perfect spot for discovering some new favorite things in a little hidden gem in Orlando.
And give us our next spotlight here at the Polynesian Fire Dinner Show.
So this is replacing where the old Al Capone's was in Kissimmee. This Polynesian Fire Dinner Show has actually been around in Orlando and has been at 2 separate locations. Before this, it was at Desertland Park, but they moved it because of fire code and they wanted to perform with the actual fire. It was so much fun. I went last Friday night. They had the best food I've ever had. It is a Polynesian buffet. We actually got to meet the chef and all the food is super authentic. I've never had dinner show food this amazing. We kept going back for more and more. They also have a lot of different crowd interactions and experiences, so get ready to get called up on stage and be a part of the show. This was a lot of fun. This is for people of all ages, kids, families, adults. If you want to go on a date night, this is a perfect date night spot. They have a live Polynesian band, and of course, you're going to see those authentic dances, and it was just a lot of fun. I highly, highly recommend if you haven't done this. It does seem a little bit touristy, but as a local, I loved being transported all the way into like the Polynesian islands. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a cool way to kind of experience that. And Ashley, tell us about The Eye.
The Eye is a brand new restaurant that just opened on International Drive. And before you think, the big giant Ferris wheel? No, this is a Mediterranean-inspired restaurant where dinner and nightlife combine. So not only are you having a really beautiful and really yummy Mediterranean course experience, but there's also live dancers, live music, and a DJ blasting the tunes, really creating this nightlife experience. They have some really great happy hour specials you should definitely check out. Monday through Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. They have half price appetizers and cocktails. So add that to your list if you're not looking for a full menu price after hours. But they also have a bunch of upscale tapas and handcrafted cocktails. And it's very immersive setting, as you can see from this beautiful video that we have right here. It is perfect for a full night out, celebrations of any kind, birthdays of any kind, or maybe you're just celebrating the fact that it's Friday. Then this is definitely a great spot for you right here on iDrive. I will say reservations are required because this place fills up fast.
Any reason to celebrate, no reason to celebrate, seems like a good place, you know, whatever.
You know, the fact that it's Friday, I'm here with you guys, I'm breathing and having a great time, that is a perfect reason to celebrate.
There we go. I like that mentality right there. Sarah Barkley, social coordinator, Ashley Edwards, director of creative strategy. Always enjoy talking about what to do in Orlando this weekend. You always give us a lot of great options and some fun things to check out. So we appreciate you joining us. And where can folks learn more?
Yes, we are. So on YouNation, you can download the free app and you can learn about all of these events and more, plus all these businesses and more that are just now opening and also some hidden gem ones as well. If you guys want to connect with us more in real time, you guys can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, all the social medias at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
All right, good stuff. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. Friday morning for another minute or so. We are coming up on the noon hour. I want to give you a live look as well outside Inter & Co Stadium, where coming up in just a little bit, we're going to see some representatives from the Orlando Storm, the new UFL football team that is getting ready to kick off their season at Inter & Co Stadium. They're holding a number of community events today, just out and about in Orlando, and they're kicking it off with a jersey presentation here outside Inter & Co in just a few minutes. We know Orange County Commissioner Shan Rose is going to be there. The Storm head coach Anthony Becht is going to be there, their quarterback Jake Plummer, and a couple of UCF alums who are also part of the team. We're talking two offensive linemen, Cole Schneider and Samuel Jackson, both of whom played for the Knights. Going to see them at this and a number of other events throughout the afternoon. So we're waiting for that, and we will check in on that when that begins. Number of other things we are tracking today. Here's a live look at Ambassador Mike Waltz, who's the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. He is a former congressman from right here in our area as well, before he was tapped first to another role in the Trump administration, and then ended up leaving that role after a little bit of a scandal, and now taking that role as a UN ambassador. So he is testifying right now as part of a hearing from the House Appropriations Subcommittee on National Security, Department of State, and related programs. And they're holding an oversight hearing in the field. This is at the U.S. mission to the United Nations in New York, where this is being held. And they're talking about accountability and reform at the United Nations. So let's go ahead and listen in. I do at some point want to play for you, as we heard from a couple of Florida members of Congress. But let's go ahead and listen in live here and see what's going on with this hearing right now.
Look, thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for hosting the subcommittee. Members, this concludes today's hearing. The Subcommittee on National Security, Department of State.
Well, that concludes the hearing. There you see Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, Republican from South Florida, who is convening that and chairing that field hearing. I want to play for you from the beginning of that, as we heard some of the initial remarks from Congressman Diaz-Balart, and also remarks from a Democratic member of Congress, that would be Lois Frankel, also from Florida, who spoke before we heard Mike Waltz's initial remarks in that. So let's go ahead and listen in. This was just a little bit ago at the beginning of that hearing that just ended.
Good morning, Ambassador Waltz, members of the subcommittee, and others who have joined us today for this critically important field hearing on accountability and reform at the United Nations. We are convened here at the United States mission to the United Nations, overlooking New York City and the UN headquarters, really a fitting vantage point to note that oversight of American taxpayer dollars is non-negotiable. Over the last 3 fiscal years, this subcommittee has reduced total spending under our purview by 22%. This includes the largest cut in the recent enacted fiscal year 2026 NSRP Appropriations Act, which actually slashed 16% by getting rid of inefficient and ineffective programs and refocusing funding on programs that are in the direct national security interest of the United States. Funding for the United Nations was not exempt from this very needed review, which resulted in a double-digit cuts and stronger requirements that demand accountability and reform on behalf of the American taxpayer. This hearing today, it's really an opportunity to discuss these measures that go hand in hand with the really outstanding work that Ambassador Waltz and his team have just begun to undertake, with really, frankly, notable results. That's what this subcommittee and taxpayers will continue to demand. We demand results. As President Trump said, the United Nations has great potential. But the president also noted that the UN has not come remotely close to living up to that potential. Anyone who has followed this subcommittee in recent years knows, well, that I could not agree more. Too often, the UN is in direct odds with the with America's interests and makes a mockery of the very things that it claims to support. Look, from Human Rights Council with many of the world's worst offenders, to the World Health Organization's pandering to Communist China during COVID-19 while shutting out Taiwan, to Iran winning a seat on the Commission on the Status of Women while its regime brutalized and murdered women on the streets. Well, fortunately, President Trump and Secretary Rubio are ushering a new era of international accountability, one that demonstrates the glaring inadequacies, unfortunately, of the UN. I believe that the central problem is not the member states, but the UN structure itself. It's embedded in the UN bureaucracy, its reporting practices, its discretionary funding pipelines, and its weak culture of oversight. But for too long, administrations have really relied on UN self-reporting, on vague assurances, and funding without sufficient conditions. That approach has produced a system of increasingly that's totally comfortable with its bloatness and brokenness. So let me be clear. That era is over. As long as I am chairman of this subcommittee, the subcommittee that provides the U.S. contribution to the UN, the status quo will no longer be tolerated. The American people have every right to expect that institutions funded with their tax dollars will support United States security, respect our allies, and operate with transparency and accountability. Too often, that is not what we see. The enacted fiscal year 2026 NSRP law begins to change that substantially. This subcommittee worked awfully hard to secure tools that match the scale of the problem. The law cuts funding to unaccountable UN bodies and other international organizations. It strengthens withholdings until entities meet standards on oversight, eliminating anti-Israel bias and anti-Semitism, aid diversion reporting, and terrorist vetting. It shifts key accountability triggers away from UN self-reporting and towards determinations by the Secretary of State of the United States. It strengthens inspectors general and GAO oversight access. It bars funding for UNRWA and the Commission of Inquiry against Israel. And it provides additional leverage tied to member state conduct, including voting patterns at the UN and the treatment of Taiwan. In short, Congress has now provided meaningful leverage. And here's the issue. There is no question, absolutely no question in my mind, that this administration, with this ambassador before us today, will use it to the full extent possible. Ambassador, I support an approach that treats United States funding as leverage, not tribute. That means using our contributions, our position, and our voice to press for measurable reform in budget discipline, bureaucracy, political bias, and internal oversight. As the landscape of world power is changing under President Trump's bold leadership, regimes that are hell-bent on the destruction of freedom and basic human dignity, they're on notice now. From Tehran to Caracas, Havana to Moscow, the message is getting through that the old assumptions of impunity will no longer hold. But sadly, we have not had a UN Secretariat that has been a consistent advocate for freedom and human rights in decades. The current UN leadership, like its predecessors, is not living up to its job description, let alone the promise of the UN Charter to promote peace and security. Actually, it's a shameful record on issues like on Iran and on Gaza that make it clear that they're not living up to their promise, their commitments. You know, the UN Charter speaks of peace and security, but institutions do not earn credibility by repeating their mission statements. They earn it. They earn it through conduct, through transparency, through neutrality, and demonstrated reform. This is the exception, unfortunately. It's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge, and it will be a difficult undertaking. Luckily, we have one of our nation's best, brightest, and most tenacious individuals as Ambassador Waltz, again, to get this difficult job done. And yes, it takes a Floridian. Ambassador, thank you for your continued service to our country. You have spent your entire adult life honorably serving this great country of ours. And thank you for your willingness to host the subcommittee here today. I look forward to hearing how you intend to use the leverage that this subcommittee provided, as well as other efforts underway to press for accountability and reform and meaningful results at the United Nations. It's now my privilege to turn to another remarkable Floridian, the ranking member of the full committee of the subcommittee, Congressman Frankel. You're right.
Before we hear those remarks from Lois Frankel, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to let you know we are tracking some breaking news here, just in from the state where Governor Ron DeSantis has ordered flags to be flown at half staff at the state capitol in Tallahassee and all local and state buildings, installations, and grounds throughout the city of Winter Haven for Cody Court, the U.S. Army Reserve major who was killed in the line of duty. His family members remembering him with a scholarship at Florida Southern College, where he attended was part of the ROTC program there as well before serving in the military through multiple international deployments, and was killed in the line of duty in Kuwait. This was the route of his funeral procession earlier in the week that we brought to you live as his body was escorted from the airport to the funeral home. He has a funeral service in Winter Haven this weekend, and then will be laid to rest in a national cemetery in Sumter County on Monday. Well, let me go ahead and get you live now to Orlando. This is right outside Enter & Co Stadium, where a number of UFL players and the head coach are participating in this jersey presentation ceremony with Commissioner Shan Rose, who you see right in the middle there as they kick off a busy day of community events, trying to gear up some excitement ahead of the season opener coming up on March 29th. That game, you're going to be hosting the Columbus Aviators, 8 o'clock on that Sunday night at Enter & Co Stadium. You can see Shan Rose, Anthony Becht, the head coach there, several players. Again, this is the first in a number of community events that they're going to be holding throughout the day in various spots in the community. And we're getting ready to hear from them, speak to reporters, answer some questions, and we will go ahead and listen in live as Shan Rose steps up to the microphone.
Today we are here to let the team meet the community, talk to the news and the media about the Orlando Storm starting off their season next Sunday. If you haven't gotten your tickets, make sure you get your tickets. We've got a great lineup, a great team that's going to be playing out here, and we want to make sure that the community comes and support spring football being here. We're super excited to have UFL here, and we look forward to a great season, Coach.
Yeah, really fired up. Really appreciate Commissioner Rose for coming out today and meeting some of our players. Like she mentioned, we have a huge game coming up, kick it off for the city of Orlando. We have a primetime national TV game on ESPN at 8 p.m. March the 29th. We want to let the nation know who leads the way in the UFL. We want the Orlando fan base and everyone to come out and give us a try. We also have DJ Khaled in the house. He's going to perform a concert at halftime, and you can get in the building for $14. I mean, like, you can get a concert, you can get the football, you can meet our players, you can watch us, and there's not a bad seat in the house. So we're really, excited to be here, excited to meet some of the community throughout the weekend, and we are getting ready to have a great team and a great experience for the season, and hopefully bring home a championship to Orlando.
Definitely.
Commissioner, of course, Orlando has the magic, the pride. Florida is a football state. Spring football is big in the state of Florida. What does it mean to have a team for Orlando, to have a team during that time of year and the impact it has in the community?
It continues to show our commitment to being a world-class city, especially in the sports arena, being able to host some of the big games from Pro Bowl. So now having our own football team is going to be amazing. And we look forward to everyone coming to Orlando and joining the Storm.
Why is it important for the community engagement today, or this weekend?
As was just mentioned, football is big here in the state of Florida, so being able to have a professional team that plays here in the springtime is amazing. Coach, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think it's critically important. It's a brand new market in Orlando. We want to make sure we set the tone from a football standpoint, but we also know we have to grow throughout the community. We have to grow and bring our presence, our players. We have to go out to hospitals. Orlando Health's one of our sponsors, so it's an incredible opportunity for us to really just engage. I have a platform that I try to use on social media to engage with our fan base, and then when we're here for our 5 home games, we're going to make it great. We're going to have great engagement throughout the before and after the game, and we want to make sure we bring a great product on the field. That's my job, and we have a great team. We had a great training camp as well, so we're going to win a lot of football games here as well.
And what's the importance of the small business aspect going out to some of these local places to engage with them?
Anytime we have visitors that come to any of our activities means that small businesses will have a boost, and that's what we really want to look at. We're going to partner and make sure all of our local businesses and restaurants know, so that they could be a place where you go and you hang out before and you pregame and you get ready for the game. So we're excited to welcome the Orlando Storm and continue to grow our small businesses here in the district.
And what's your call to action? Why should people
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the one thing, I coached in St. Louis for 3 seasons. We put about 30,000 people in the stadium every single week, and the one thing that I guaranteed them is we're going to have a great product. We're going to make it fun. We got some exciting rules in our league that make scoring a premium, so we're going to score a lot of points. And be nice to bring a title to Orlando. I think, with all the great teams, you have the Orlando City soccer team, men and women, you have the basketball team, a championship would look nice to have, and we're going to put a great product out there. So, with the activities, the pregame, the halftime, we have the concert to lead off with DJ Khaled coming in to Orlando to come out here and really set the stone and the cornerstone for our season. We want to make it exciting. So primetime, national TV, Sunday night, 8 p.m. We get to show America, who's leading the way and which city really is want to embrace this league. And I think Orlando's a great spot for us to cap off opening weekend.
Go Storm.
No doubt.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Commissioner Shan Rose, head coach Anthony Beck speaking about the upcoming season and some of the excitement for that, some of what you're going to see. Let me give you a live look right now in Orlando, and where you can see the Inter&Co Stadium in the background there, and that is where it is the home of the Orlando City soccer team, the Orlando Pride as well, but also going to be the home of the Orlando Storm. We're going to be playing there. And again, the season opener coming up on March 29th. That's 8 o'clock on that Sunday evening. And as you heard the coach describe, $14. Tickets as low as $14 to get you in the door for that one. Sounds like it's going to be a good time. If you can't go, that game will air on national TV on ESPN. We're going to take a break here, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you back to that meeting, the hearing going on in New York City earlier today, where we heard from several people with Florida ties. Just a little bit ago, we heard from Mario Diaz-Balart, Republican congressman from Florida, who spoke. You're about to hear from Lois Frankel, a Democratic member of Congress from Florida, who's going to speak, and then you'll hear from Ambassador Mike Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, former Congress member right here in our area as well. So here is we're going to start with the remarks from Lois Frankel, the ranking member of this subcommittee. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I think these are mostly people who work here, but thank you for your work. Mr. Chairman, thank you for calling us together here. I'm Lois Frankel, and I also am from Florida. And we have a good bipartisan showing here. You will see, we happen to be very good friends, but I take a little softer, more grandmother approach, common sense approach to problems. So we respectfully agree on a lot of things and respectfully disagree on things. Mr. Walsh, Ambassador Walsh, I should say, also my friend. I don't want to embarrass you, or I don't want you to lose your reputation, but we worked very closely in Congress on girls' education. That's how we bonded. On the Women, Peace, and Security Caucus, which we founded together, and I also am very proud of your assignment. And thank you for your hospitality yesterday at the UN. I grew up, I was a orange carton-carrying UNICEF supporter as a kid. I grew up collecting pennies for UNICEF. I lived in New York. I visited the UN many times. So it's really been part of my life history. And to me, it remains a unique forum, one of few places where countries from every region come together to address shared challenges. And Ambassador Walsh, I'm going to quote you. You said, one place in the world where everyone comes together to talk. And while there's always room for improvement, it's important to recognize that the United Nations plays a vital role in advancing global stability and supporting U.S. foreign policy priorities. And we've heard a lot, and I know we'll hear more about reform and accountability, which is essential to ensuring the UN operates effectively and responsibly. But more importantly, for many of us, sustained engagement is what is so important. We are going to be most effective when we lead, working with partners, impacting decisions-making, and reinforcing shared values. The negative rhetoric and reducing financial support may have unintended consequences, and I hope we can actually turn that around into a mission success. And I want to use an example. I got to meet Ambassador Bartow last night. Really, it was a pleasure to meet you and talk to you. He's the ambassador for reform. I think that's right. But one of the things we talked about was combating anti-Israel bias, which really anti-Semitism is just, it's all over. It's horrendous now. And I just want to say that if we walked away from the UN, who is left at the table to change the culture or this anti-bias? And I could give you, I'm sure, hundreds of more examples. Continued United States participation and investment will help ensure that our priorities, transparency, accountability, and democratic values remain central to the work of the UN system. And that includes support for agencies that deliver tangible results on the ground, for example, providing life-saving assistance to children, delivering vaccines, improving nutrition, expanding access to education, and responding to humanitarian crises. These efforts not only save lives, but they contribute to long-term stability and development that's best in our interests. And I know my colleagues have heard me say this so many times, but I have a son who is a United States Marine veteran who was in 2 wars, Mr. Ambassador, Iraq and Afghanistan. I always start to cry when I think about it. Well, he's home safe, but he's going to be the first one to stand up and talk about how important keeping the rest of the world stable is to have to keep our military away. So we have seen new approaches to engagement with the UN entities, including expanded collaboration and humanitarian coordination with mechanisms such as OCHA. And just wanted to add, I hope education gets to be part of that. I know, I think it was may have been left out of early agreements. And I wanted to say this, and I said with the ambassador sitting, the other ambassador here, because we talked a lot about the reform and efficiency, which I think is very good. But to me, the priority is not reducing the budget. To me, I want to find the ways that we can actually increase the budget in the things that accomplish our mission. And that's what we should always have, a mission. We should have goals in mind, what we want to accomplish, and make sure that the efficiency and reform coincides with that. And I want to say that maybe sometimes it works in some situations, but transactional foreign policy to me is bullying, and it is not the way to go. All right, that's maybe where we'll disagree on some things. The challenges we face today: conflict, public health threats, displacement, emerging technologies do not respect borders, and addressing them effectively requires cooperation and sustained leadership. And I'm going to, our ranking member today will be the pit bull on the budget. She does it better than me. You'll hear from her in a minute. But we have had an opportunity, everyone here probably. I've met with many UN partners, and I would be remiss if I did not know concerns about cuts to U.S. funding and delays in payments to the United Nations system. It is just wrong. Predictable and timely contributions are essential to maintaining our credibility, sustaining critical operations, and ensuring that programs from peacekeeping to humanitarian assistance can function effectively. When payments are delayed or reduced, it creates operational challenges, seeds influence to our adversaries, and complicates our ability to advance U.S. priorities. And so, good. As the Trump administration and Mr. Ambassador, as you consider the reforms, it's important to maintain the consistency and reliability that underpin effective leadership. And okay, with that, I'm going to yield. I just ran out of paper. And it's really a pleasure to be here, Mr. Ambassador. Again, I'm wishing you the best on your mission here. And I yield back.
Green Beret, Member of Congress, Florida's favorite son, Ambassador Waltz. As you know, your written statement will be placed in the record. Please feel free to summarize your testimony. You're now recognized, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Frankel. Thank you for traveling to New York. Thank you to the entire committee. I want to particularly thank both your staff and the great team here of civil servants, foreign service officers, and our ambassadors for helping us put this on. Just as an aside, to your point, Mr. Chairman, your presence here, and I want to say this to all the committee members, is helping our arguments. It's helping our case across the street to get a UN that is more focused, that is leaner, that is really going back to its post-World War II roots of making sure a conflict like that, a conflict that had something as horrific as the Holocaust, a world at war, nuclear weapons being used for the first and only time in history, that can never happen again. But it's also sending a message that the Congress is watching closely. I tell my colleagues this in the UN Secretariat and bureaucracy all the time. Don't just listen to me in terms of our dollars being used more efficiently. The United States Congress is watching very closely. We have the entire Western world is in a much more fiscally restrained position. We have debts that are exploding, and we also have constituents that are asking tough questions. So I really do appreciate you taking the time out of your schedules here. As I stated in my confirmation hearing, the UN truly does need to get what we're calling back to basics and back to its original mission from its founding, back to maintaining international peace and security. As I've mentioned in my hearing then, the UN's budget in the last 25 years has quadrupled. We have not seen arguably a quadrupling of peace and security around the world commensurate with those hard-earned dollars. So we are pressing it. We're pressing it to streamline its bureaucracy, to eliminate duplication. We've made it clear that we will cease participation in some UN agencies that undermine our sovereignty and cannot be reformed. Earlier this year, President Trump did announce our withdrawal from 66 international organizations. That review is ongoing, and from my perspective, let me be clear, the U.S. will not fund organizations that act contrary to our interests. Thanks to the President's leadership, we've made some unprecedented reforms possible. And I just want to walk you through for a moment our progress in 2025 and some of our goals. On budget and staffing cuts, the UN should be doing less and doing it better. Let's get it more focused and actually achieve more results. The 2026 UN regular budget was estimated at $3.45 billion. The U.S. funds roughly a fifth of that at $820 million in 2025 alone. Again, I think we need to reduce the UN size and ensure every taxpayer dollar is spent responsibly. And thanks to the strong efforts by the United States, led by Ambassador Bartos here and his team in what we call the UN's Fifth Committee, which approves its budget, we are working towards a leaner and better prioritized 2026 budget going forward. In December, we led member states to adopt a historic 15% cut, $570 million out of the UN's regular budget. That will eliminate nearly 3,000 headquarters positions, and for our contribution, it will reduce our assessment by $126 million. So just in the 6 months that we've been here, we will see going forward $126 million savings to the U.S. taxpayer. We've also pushed for a 25% reduction in peacekeeping troops, and I'll talk a bit about other peacekeeping reforms in a moment, that will also save us tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, while enabling what we call here the repatriation, the sending home of poorly performing peacekeeping troops. These outcomes are unprecedented. They've never been seen here in the kind of UN ecosystem, and we've made it clear that future funding will depend on continued progress in efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability. On UN compensation and personnel, we're leading reforms to what is often exorbitant compensation and benefit standards that the over 100,000 UN staff receive. The UN pays 17% more than U.S. equivalent civil servants, right? Even though many of them are right here in New York. They also have additional generous benefits packages far exceeding what our great civil servants, both here and abroad, receive. And staff costs alone are 70% of their regular budget. So we need to, and we are working to bring those compensation and benefits packages back in line with common sense standards. Part of that will be the pension. There's over $100 billion in management in the UN pension, with 16%. I don't know of an employer or a government out there that contributes 16% to their pension. All of these things we're trying to bring back in line. And there's other reforms. For example, the number of interpreters and translators, ×6 for the 6 UN languages here. Technology can be used, AI can be used, remote translation can be used. That will save a lot of the travel and the conference costs. From an oversight perspective, beyond the salaries and benefits, oversight is essential. We're leading efforts to empower oversight bodies to root out waste, fraud, and abuse and misconduct. On peacekeeping reform, the administration has been clear about focusing on the core mandate of peace and security, and we're leading efforts to wind down some of these ineffective and costly peacekeeping missions. Some of them have been around for 30, 50, even 80 years. So it's one thing to stop a conflict, to insert an international force, to part ways with warring, with the two sides, or to separate them, to create the space for a political resolution, but it can't then become an excuse to not have a political resolution. When you have a peacekeeping force, for example, in DRC and Congo at the cost of $1 billion a year, that's been there for 30 years, you can do the math and see how we have a mission creep. So what we're looking to do is to tie, as these peacekeeping forces come up for renewal, usually on an annual basis, tie them to a political process and use that as an opportunity to drive efficiencies. Along those lines, again, led by our reform team here, that we have an ambassador, someone of an ambassador rank dedicated to. This is just as a quick aside, the reimbursement for the equipment that these peacekeeping forces bring, sometimes to the tunes of 10,000, 18,000 soldiers. It's quite significant. These countries were being reimbursed whether they used the equipment or not. All they had to do was bring it. So there was an obvious incentive in place, and we received this feedback from the field to not use the equipment very much, don't have a lot of wear and tear, and the countries would still receive the same level of reimbursement. We just negotiated new rules, first time ever, that put standards in place that the equipment actually has to be used for the peacekeeping force before you receive reimbursement. These are the kind of common sense reforms that I think are pretty hard to argue with, although we received a lot of pushback because for a lot of these countries, it's a money maker for their Ministry of Defense. We were able to just get those reforms in. Just a few examples. As we look to streamline these mandates, we're also looking to draw some of them down. UNIFIL in Lebanon, we've made it clear, hasn't achieved its goals, hasn't lived up to its mandate, and should be drawn down in the next year. We're looking at a strategic review of the peacekeeping force in Western Sahara that has been there for 50 years. We are putting benchmarks in place for the peacekeeping force that's in southern Sudan. We just oversaw the orderly closure of UNAMI in Iraq, which will reduce costs by $87 million annually. We just pressed for closure of the special political mission in Yemen. That'll save $25 million annually. We streamlined missions in Colombia and Haiti, saving approximately $20 million annually. So again, these peacekeeping missions should solve problems, not exist indefinitely. On the humanitarian system, just as a personal aside, as someone who has served across Africa and the Middle East, I can't tell you how many times I would pull up to this tiny ministry in a small country in Africa, 17, 18 different agencies, often with overlapping missions, all meaning well, all trying to help. But we've now pulled a lot of our funding that will force these agencies to use the same warehouses, use the same aviation, use the same vehicle fleets, and eliminate a lot of that duplication and waste in their back offices. So moving forward, these reforms have made some significant steps. We have a long way to go, as I'm sure we'll hear about today, to create a more focused, leaner, and effective UN. We are just getting started. We're building on this momentum heading into the next year with both long overdue changes to the UN's compensation system and pension plan, streamlining these peacekeeping missions, halting waste that undermine the effectiveness. And we'll work with UN leadership to align our reform agenda with the Secretary General's, what he calls his UN 80 mandate. We will have a new Secretary General elected this year, and we're having those conversations now with the candidates of what they seek to keep and continue, or what new they seek to put in place. But reform is at the top of our list as we meet with some of these candidates. So this is a critical moment. With senior leadership transitions approaching here over this next year, we need to have a clear message. We will prioritize qualified Americans, Representative DeLauro, along the lines of what you sought to do so many years ago of having qualified Americans in UN leadership positions, not just here, but across the ecosystem in Geneva, in Vienna, in Nairobi, and other places where you have UN agencies. And I'll just conclude with echoing President Trump's own words, as he said most recently at the General Assembly. The UN has tremendous potential. My charge from him is to help it realize that potential. We are dedicated to making the UN live up to that promise, to making the UN great again, if I can say so, our new acronym, MUNCA. The UN is the one place where everyone can talk. If we walked away tomorrow, which I nor the President are advocating, it would be reinvented somewhere else. I will push hard and continuously to have it right here in the United States where it belongs. And I look forward to keeping open dialogue with your committee. I thank you for the legislation, Chairman, that you pushed through. It is additional arrows in our quiver to help make the UN great again. Thanks so much.
Ambassador Mike Waltz speaking earlier today. Let me give you a live look right now. This is at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, ATL, and this is a look at the TSA lines and the wait times right now. They are, if you're flying through there today, people are having to wait right now longer than an hour. I'm looking at the wait times posted on the website showing 67 minutes there right now. Obviously, we have seen wait times in a number of places be long because of an increase in travel and also problems with the TSA agents maybe calling out, not showing up to work because they're not being paid right now amid an ongoing partial government shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. And now this is, again, at ATL Airport. Long wait times for TSA there. Meanwhile, the wait times at Orlando International Airport right now, thankfully not that long. Gates 1 to 59 showing 31 to 34 minutes. Gates 70 to 129 showing 7 to 10 minutes. And gates C230 to 249 showing 6 to 10 minutes. So here in Orlando, thankfully, not what we're seeing there in Atlanta today. Again, another live look at the Hartsfield-Jackson, one of the busiest airports in the world there, and wait times longer than an hour on this Friday afternoon. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. March Madness well underway. Games in Tampa as well being held today. In fact, the Florida Gators played later tonight in their first game in their hope to become back-to-back national champions. They play in Tampa a little bit later tonight against Prairie View A&M. 9:25 tip-off? Yeah, 9:25 tip-off at Benchmark International Arena there. And our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance to speak with some of the leaders from the Sports Authority there, talking about the impact of being a host of the first and second round games in the NCAA tournament. We know Orlando was on that list a few years ago, set for it again, I think in 2028 when they'll host more first round games. So what does that mean to the area? That's what Fox 13 found out. This was their interview just a little bit ago.
How exciting is it for Tampa to be once again in the national spotlight as a host site for this weekend?
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting. And, you know, we've got such great, rich history here in our community in hosting NCAA basketball. This will be a sixth March Madness for Tampa Bay. And we just are off the heels, of course, of hosting a record fourth NCAA Women's Final Four. So really a huge credit to the relationships our community has built with the NCAA throughout the years, proving to be such a tried and true host. But hats off to our partners at Benchmark International and Vinnick Sports Group, USF, you know, who's the host institution, as well as the county, the city, Visit Tampa Bay, Florida Sports Foundation. We couldn't do it without all of their support, and it does take years and years of work to land these major events. This is, you know, a bit of a make-do from 2020 when we were supposed to host this during COVID. So there is a lot of madness and excitement getting ready to take place in downtown Tampa, and we can't wait to welcome all 8 of these fan bases.
Yeah, I mean, what have you? I personally, you'll have to tell me because I live a little outside of downtown Tampa. I haven't been there yet myself. Is it pretty crazy with fans right now, huh?
Yeah, it is. It's ramping up. The first game, you know, is going to start here a little afternoon, and it'll be all basketball all day at Benchmark International. I did just come in off the crosstown a little while ago and was able to navigate pretty easily, but we know it's going to thicken throughout the day, and especially when you end, you know, with the #1 seed Florida playing late tonight.
I know. Okay, so what are our thoughts on that? You got a lot of Gators fans here. Are you allowed to comment on what we think is going to happen?
I'm fairly neutral when it comes to what we think might happen as outcomes of games, but it sure was great, of course, to land an in-state team as a #1 seed that is going to draw really, really well with tons of alumni that live here, but also their fan base being able to drive in a quick 2 hours. So that'll definitely help create an awesome ambiance and fan experience in and around the arena.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys always do such a great job at not just making this only about the game, but what people can enjoy here in our city. What do viewers need to know if they want to head down there this weekend?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're going to see just so many of the bars and restaurants hosting their own gatherings. We've already seen a lot of the alumni groups as well as boosters creating headquarters of sorts at bars and restaurants around the arena. So it's going to be a sea of colors as you experience all of the fan bases. And yesterday at the arena, they did host open practices, which were free to the public, which allowed, again, another great opportunity for our community to be a part of it if they didn't have tickets to the game today.
Yes, and now correct me if I'm wrong. And obviously we're mourning for our USF Bulls, but are they technically considered the host school for this site? How important is it to have those local partnerships in place to pull something like this off?
They are our host institution, so they play a key, very integral role in the success. So a lot of their game day staff, ops, management team is really filling those roles inside the arena and helping manage the event as a whole. So it's a huge, huge role, and those partnerships, again, are integral. You have to name a host institution when you're bidding on NCAA championships. So USF, of course, has been one many times over for many different sports and have always been great partners, but you can imagine the strength of that partnership now that Rob Higgins is over there as the CEO of athletics. It couldn't be any stronger.
Oh, I can't imagine. He's the best. I love seeing him represent the green, even though there was always that close relationship anyway. And I have to, this is probably an easy question, but obviously you're going through the bidding process. You're talking with all the stakeholders. You said it was a years-long process to get something like this here. But what do you feel makes Tampa such an amazing city? You guys keep getting all these wonderful events.
Yes, I mean, you nailed it. It really starts with partnership. It starts with having all the right people at the table at the very beginning of the process, which means the day we receive either the bid portal opens up or the RFP lands in our hands, is we have to make sure that we can deliver on everything that's being asked. And also one, hope and goal of ours always is to raise that bar and figure out how we can enhance these events. And it isn't whether we win it, it's whether we win them back, how we judge our success. So to see an event like this come back, over and over and over again is a true testament to partnership. But then you have, the obvious, right? The weather, the destination, and incredible partnerships across that spectrum. You start with the airport, convenience, accessibility, the amount of one-ways into our market is key and affordable. But then once you get downtown, whether it's in and around the arena or the stadium, depending on what we are hosting, there's so many hotels, the inventory of things to do, attractions, restaurants, bars, and the Riverwalk, right? That plays such a huge role in this because it's bookended by 2 entertainment districts. So when you think about fan experience and being able to land 10 minutes, get into downtown and be able to really enjoy an A to Z type of opportunity. There aren't many destinations that can offer what we offer and then execute at the level at which we execute because of partnership.
And you guys do such a great job at controlling all of the other sporting. You guys are all, we're talking about Valspar over the bridge, paintball at Raymond James Stadium, and then March Madness in downtown. It's Sports Palooza this weekend.
That's a great name for it.
But thank you so much, Claire Lessinger with the Tampa Bay Sports Authority. We hope you have a great time this weekend. Enjoy. I'm sad that I'm not out there shooting buckets with you like I did for
I was
women.
sad you weren't. I missed that.
I know, this is my favorite live shot to date.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us today. As we near the 1 o'clock hour on this Friday afternoon, Congressman Maxwell Frost was in Orlando earlier today holding a news conference about an affordable housing bill that he says specifically is trying to combat Wall Street investors, saying that this will that he hopes this will help people purchase and own their own manufactured home communities and hope to prevent situations that cause a number of residents to be displaced. So he was at that news conference earlier today alongside a couple of other officials, including State Senator LaVon Bracey Davis and an Orange County Commissioner Myra Uribe. Here's from that news conference earlier today in Orlando as we hear from the congressman.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Congressman Maxwell Frost, and I'm proud to stand alongside local leaders, advocates, and residents who have been on the front lines of this fight for housing for all. We're here today because one of America's most accessible and affordable paths to home ownership is slipping away from working families. Manufactured home communities, often called mobile home parks, have long provided stable, low-cost housing for working families, veterans, seniors, and people on fixed income. For millions of Americans, this is the pathway to home ownership. But increasingly, these communities are being targeted by both greedy landlords and by Wall Street investors, leading to rising rents, deteriorating conditions, and displacement. Over the last several decades, institutional investors have been outbidding local buyers to purchase manufactured home communities at alarming rates and then rapidly increasing the rents. Today, they own about a quarter of all manufactured home units nationwide, which is up from just 13% in 2019. When these properties are sold, the risk of eviction rises significantly. And the ironic thing about mobile home parks is these homes aren't really mobile. When rents go up or conditions get worse, people can't just pick up and leave. Moving a manufactured home is expensive, and oftentimes it's not even possible. So when landlords neglect residents or when Wall Street investors come in, jack up rents, families are left with nowhere to go. And the problem is that far too often, mobile home residents are overlooked. They're stigmatized, ignored, and left behind in our housing policies. But the reality is that they are some of the most vulnerable groups of working people in our country as it relates to housing. Over half of manufactured home residents earn less than $50,000 a year, and about a third are over the age of 60. And that's exactly why these communities are being targeted. You have Wall Street, you have investors, you have private equity that looked at the housing continuum and said, who are the most vulnerable people that we can take advantage of? That's why we're here today at what used to be Lake Downey Mobile Home Park. This used to be a vibrant community, but a neglectful landlord allowed conditions to deteriorate and raised rents, pushing families out and ultimately leading to the demolition of this community. And unfortunately, this story is anything but unique. It happens across the entire country. And in some cases, it's bad landlords. In others, it's private equity firms coming in. Some of them, they raise rents as much as 60%, adding new fees, neglecting maintenance, and forcing people out. And now we see many of these new buyers putting the burden of paying the insurance on the renters themselves. But the result is the same. Families lose their homes, and one of our last sources of affordable housing is vanishing across the entire country. And in Florida, this is a very urgent crisis. Our state has the highest number of private equity-owned manufactured housing communities in the country. But the solution starts with empowering residents and empowering working people. And that's why today I'm very proud to introduce the Promoting Residential Ownership of Manufactured Home Communities Act, the Pro-Manufactured Home Communities Act. This bill gives residents a fair shot to their own communities, and it offers a path forward to make sure that what happened to the residents here doesn't happen to neighborhoods across the entire country and across this entire district. We want to make sure that these communities remain affordable, stable, and safe. Because when residents own their communities, everything changes. Rents stabilize, conditions improve, families get the stability and the security that they deserve. We've seen this work. States have adopted opportunity to purchase policies across the country that require landlords to negotiate in good faith if residents want to buy their community, and we're already seeing that these results work in states that have implemented these laws. For instance, in New Hampshire, about 35% of manufactured home lots are now resident-owned. And across the nation, there are more than 300 resident-owned communities in 21 states. Our bill builds on that success at the federal level. It increases community development block grant funding for states and localities that do enough to support resident ownership and help with down payment assistance, which is very important too. Because right now, residents are often competing against billion-dollar Wall Street firms, especially at a time where our government is doing everything they can to take resources from working families and give them to the billionaires and mega corporations. And without the tools and resources, the residents don't stand a chance going against billion-dollar Wall Street firms. But this legislation puts power back into the hands of the people and the residents. Housing is the foundation for a stable life. And we know that the solution to the housing crisis that we have is not only just building more housing, which of course we need to do, but also preserving the housing that we have and preserving the affordable housing that we have and not letting it slip away. Manufactured housing is an important part of this struggle. This bill is about investing in working people and communities, in our seniors and our veterans, and making sure that people come before profits. Because when people have access to affordable, stable housing and a real chance to own, home ownership becomes hope for the future, a foundation that families and people can build on and that communities can thrive around. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to County Commissioner Mayra Uribe, who represents this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you, Congressman Frost. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Mayra Uribe, Orange County Commissioner, District 3, and you are sitting in what used to be a very thriving mobile home community. And we have our neighbors here from Gulfstream Harbor, another 700 plus mobile home community where our community is suffering. Year after year, these equity firms are raising the lot price where they're unable to afford it. A 55 plus community that was where you went to thrive, relax, and enjoy retirement has now become a food necessity area, a utility necessity area, a lack of being able to fulfill your monthly finances because of these rising costs. We here at the county have slowly started to move the needle. We are now acknowledging manufacturing homes for improvement and funding from the county, but it's not enough. They don't have a voice. And today we're being able to work with Congressman Frost to make sure that all families, young and old, children, seniors, have that voice and know that they're heard. It's a loophole. It's a loophole in the state. It's a loophole in the federal government. It's a loophole in local government that we're not acknowledging the fact that they don't own the land where their homes are. And they are beholden to these equity companies and these firms with zero accountability. That's the biggest part of this. Zero accountability. So we want to give not only dignity, support, but affordability. Affordability along our leaders and along you to take this voice, to ask you to join us, and let's fight for every person that not only lives here in Orange County, in the state of Florida, in this country, so that they can afford, they can have hope, and they can sustain through these times. Thank you so much. And at this time, I want to acknowledge Senator Bracy. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you to my good friend, Congressman Frost, for your leadership and for bringing attention to an issue that too often goes unheard but is deeply felt across our communities. Because for so many Floridians, manufactured housing is not just an option, it's their foundation. It is where seniors go to retire with dignity. It is where families find what the market has denied them, which is affordability. It is where people finally exhale and say, this is home. But today, that foundation is cracking. Today, that stability is under threat. Because while residents may own their homes, they do not own the land beneath them. You can own your home, but if you do not own the land, you do not control your future. That imbalance has created a system where too many homeowners are vulnerable to rising lot rents, sudden increases, and decisions they cannot challenge. And so great minds think alike, Congressman Frost. That is why I, along with Representative Paula Stark, have filed the state version, which is Senate Bill 1550, that propose significant new protections for mobile home park residents. At its core, this bill did 5 things, simple but important things. It strengthened enforcement. It required real transparency in rent increases. It protected residents from unfair payment practices. It guaranteed fair mediation, and it ensured families are not left behind when parks close. Now, I also want to be transparent. This bill was not heard this past legislative session. And while that is disappointing, it is not the end of this conversation. It is, in fact, just the beginning. Because what we have heard loud and clear is that this issue matters for so many. And as we look ahead to next session, we are committed to doing the work to make this bill even stronger. We will refine the language to ensure clarity and balance. We will bring all stakeholders to the table, very similar to what you see before you, residents, park owners, and industry leaders. And we will build a bill that can move forward while never losing sight of what we are fighting for. Across Florida and across this country, we are seeing increased investment in manufactured housing community. And with that, rising costs and less stability for the people who live there. So we cannot afford to wait. We cannot afford to ignore it, and we cannot afford to get it wrong. Because at the end of the day, this is not about a bill number. It is about the people. A home should never feel temporary because of someone else's decision. And a home should never feel uncertain because of unchecked power. And in Florida, if you have built and sacrificed and worked, you should have the fight to stay in it. So please know, as it relates to this bill, we will be back stronger and more focused and more determined than ever. Because this fight is not finished, and neither are we. Thank you, and thank you for your work, Congressman Frost.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
State Senator LaVon Bracy Davis speaking at that news conference earlier today. Before we hear the next speaker, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference where Congressman Maxwell Frost and a number of others you see promoting residential ownership of manufactured homes, mobile homes. The congressman talking about legislation that he hopes will block corporations from forcing people out of long-term mobile homes and mobile home parks and communities. Let's go ahead and listen in as we hear more from officials speaking about the impact of that legislation.
We are right down the road across the street here. We see this all the time. When I stand here today, it's hard to think about what this used to be. As Commissioner Uribe mentioned, this was a community. It was a whole community of families, seniors living here, living their lives and thriving. And the reality is they just disappeared. They became invisible almost overnight. We met many of them at Samaritan Resource Center after they were displaced from this mobile home park, when they had nowhere else to go. One of them was Klaus. Let me tell you a little bit about Klaus, because this is a real person. He had lived here in an RV that was owned by his parents and left to him when they passed on all his life. Klaus was in his 60s a couple of years ago. This is in 2013. When they closed this park, and they all got evicted overnight. He became homeless, didn't know what to do. He didn't know where to go. This man had never known this before. He'd never been homeless. He'd never needed anything within the system, and he had no idea. He was like a lost child. We worked with many of the residents that were displaced from here, and we were able to help him until he was stable, until we found housing for him, we found other resources. But he lost everything overnight. His family home, his memories, all his belongings, they were gone. And he wasn't the only one. So this happened to many people who were here, and they all went, how could this happen to us? How could this, we thought we were safe. We thought we owned something. We thought we were invested. So we stepped in because of the resources we have from the county, from community development block grant funding. But I'll be honest, these resources are never enough. They don't focus on this issue typically, and which is why this proposal is so important. So we're working every day to rebuild lives, and that's why this legislation matters so much, because it gives us a chance to change the pattern that we're seeing over and over again. By unlocking this funding and creating real opportunities for residents to own their homes or to have more say in what happens to them, we can prevent displacement before it happens. And I'll speak from a homeless services provider point of view. Trust me, it's much easier to keep people in housing than it is to rehouse them, to try to rebuild their lives. It's much harder to do that. So this is about whether people in our community, people like Klaus, have a fair shot to stay rooted, to feel secure, and to move forward. Because once a community like this is gone, and you see the empty lot behind me, it's not easy to bring it back. And every time we lose one of these communities, we're creating the next wave of homelessness. And there are more people that are looking for resources coming to our center. And like I said, it's much harder to rebuild it than to keep them in housing and security. So we can do better than that as a community. And again, thank you, Congressman, for proposing this and focusing on this issue. This is a step definitely in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I also just want to thank Samaritan Resource Center for all the amazing work that you do in this community in East Orlando. We know we need significantly more resources in East Orlando to deal with this housing crisis, but Samaritan Resource Center is really a group of people, an organization that's at the center of helping our people and helping in a place that government has failed. And so I want to thank you. We want to support Samaritan Resource Center. We know that to help with the homelessness problem and the problem of sheltered people, what we need to do is not target the very few people working with our homeless and unsheltered community, but let's end the root causes of homelessness. Like I said, let's make sure that people are housed. And my hope is all elected officials will focus on that. And that's all I'll say right now about that. Next up, we'll have the HOA leader from Gulfstream Community, friend Ellie.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. That's a heartbreaking story, what happened here at Lake Downey Lake, mobile home. I hope it doesn't happen to us. We're in a very large community. We have 974 homes, of which I think 66 are for sale. People want to move. Our lot rents have been increasing every year. We don't feel like we're getting anything extra for that. The feedback we get from management is usually, well, we could raise it 6%, but we're only going to raise it 4.9. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And some seniors, they live on a very fixed budget, and we're encroaching on most people around $1,000 a month, which is 80% of what their income is. So we have battled with Sun. We're currently battling Sun Communities is who owns our park. And they like to put the face on that they care, but they also at the same time have recently amended our prospectuses that haven't been changed in 10 years, 2016. And they're looking at changing some of the language, removing some language, reducing the amenities, such as they want to heat our pool at their discretion instead of always keeping it 10 months a year. But they want to change things, change our clubhouse hours, but they don't want to reduce our rent. So we're currently entering into a mediation. We hope we can make some headway, but we share the sentiments with everybody else in these parks. And like I said, this what happened here, I just had to read up about. I remember the fires a couple of years ago, and I don't think we're close to having something like that happen. But we do have issues with water. They notify us our water. We all have no water, like maybe 5 times a year. It could be more. But our thing is the lot rent. I mean, it'd be nice to get a break. And we have this pass-on tax. And everybody complains every year, why are we paying their taxes when we don't own the land? It's unjustified. So we support Congressman Frost. I like this bill. And thank you, everybody, for your support. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank
I guess
you.
Amina or Congressman, go ahead.
But for the next person, Ellie, if you can stay up here real quick,
Yeah,
'cause
sure.
I just want to let you know something, because I came by a couple weeks ago, and we spoke about this issue, and I spoke with Ellie about the bill, and you had mentioned something to me after I explained the bill to you, where you said this is really good to helping to make sure that we can get residents at the table a fair shot. But then you said, but what if we can't get the money together for the down payment?
Well, what I said was, if we can't afford $1,000 a month, what makes you think we can afford to buy the land?
Exactly, and get the down payment. And so after you said that, I looked through the bill and said, you know what, we're not doing enough in the bill to help people with the down payment. And so after you said that, I went back to my team and we added down payment assistance in the bill. So I just want to tell you, because since you brought that up to me,
I didn't know
that. We added that to the bill, and so I just thank you for your advocacy and thank you
so
for
much.
helping
And thank
me
you.
on this.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Next up, we'll have Amina from MH Action.
So, thank you everyone for being here. My name is Amina Kamau. I'm a community organizer with MH Action, and we are proud to support Representative Maxwell Frost with this Pro-Manufactured Home Communities Act. So I work across the state of Florida, which, as mentioned, has more private equity-owned manufactured parks than anywhere else in the country. And I want to tell you who I'm organizing with. I organize primarily with seniors, people who chose manufactured housing because it was affordable, dignified, and theirs. Florida has some of the highest concentrations of age-based communities in the nation. These are people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s who own their homes but rent the land, and when a corporation buys that land, they become the most vulnerable people in the housing market overnight. I organize with people who have been retaliated against for speaking up, who have been threatened with eviction for trying to form a homeowners association, who have been handed a lease that calls their manufactured home an RV, turning them from tenants to transient. In most cases, these residents are fighting alone against corporations with armies of lawyers in a system that was not built for them to win. That's why MH Action exists. We stand in the gap. We show up, we knock on doors, we sit at kitchen tables and help residents document these abuses. We help them find their voice and build their power to understand that they are not alone in this fight. And that's why this bill matters. So the Pro-Manufactured Home Communities Act says to states like Florida, if you give residents the right to buy their community before Wall Street does, we'll back you up. It creates a real shot at resident ownership and at stability that can't be taken away the next time the park sells. So lastly, I want to talk about something that is uncomfortable but important. We need to drop the stigma around manufactured housing. The people who live in these communities are not a monolith. They are raising kids, veterans, teachers, retirees, working for the same thing everybody wants, a stable place to call home. The American dream shouldn't come with a caveat or a footnote that says, unless you live in a manufactured home. So it's important to know that when residents share their stories, and thank you all so much, when residents share their stories, it breaks down the stereotypes that let politicians look the other way. So your story is organizing, and your story is power. This is not simply a manufactured housing issue, it is an affordable housing issue. And it's going to take all of us, residents, advocates, local leaders, state leaders, federal leaders, organizing at every single level to win it. It takes children, grandchildren, and young people priced out of the housing market. We need to be in this fight too, and it must be multi-generational. So if you have been pushed out, if you faced an unlawful eviction, or if you love someone who lost a home that they thought was theirs to die in, please contact your representative and tell them your story, but also demand that they support this legislation. Because safe and stable housing is something we all have to fight for together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amina. Look, we have a housing crisis in this country, but to take a step back, we have an ownership crisis in this country. Where little by little, year after year, corporations are buying up everything and giving us the honor of being able to rent it from them. We see that the home ownership rates, the average age for a first-time home buyer right now is 41 years old. 41 years old. Car leases are going up. If we continue on this trend, most people won't even own a car in about 30 years. In 40 years, most people might not even own their phone. In fact, you don't own the music you listen to or the movies you watch anymore either. Everything is being rented to us. It's for a simple reason. When our economy falls on hard times, who does the government bail out? The people who have the keys. They don't want us to have the keys. But for working people, owning a home, that's usually the largest asset you'll have to build wealth. Pass that wealth to your kids. Keep that wealth in your family so we can all do well. That's what we want. We want people to build wealth. We want people to have stability. But we're in a country where increasingly there's so few that have so much and so much of our people that have so little. So I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, or this and that. It's less about looking around at who to blame. Look up. Look at the people who've been leaving us with crumbs for generations. We've had enough of it. We've had enough of it. And this issue, I think, is really at the core of what we're seeing. Corporations valuing profits over humans, profits over people. And I really want to thank a lot of the residents we have here. Thank you so much to Ellie, our HOA leader that came, our local elected officials, Commissioner Uribe, Senator LaVon Bracey Davis. Thank you so much to Samaritan Resource. Thank you so much to MH Action and everyone that came out here. Before we open up for questions, this isn't on the schedule, but does anyone want to give a story or anything?
Congressman Frost getting ready to take questions there. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before we listen in on that. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where the wait times we have seen drop a little bit throughout the afternoon. It's showing 57 minutes right now. It was more than an hour earlier today when we first checked in on it. Dropped to about 45 minutes, and now it's back up a little bit again. So we're continuing to see major travel impacts when it comes to TSA wait times at airports across the country today. Meanwhile, the latest wait times in Orlando, the longest wait time right now showing 14 to 18 minutes. So thankfully, not nearly as bad here in Orlando. I want to get you back to that news conference earlier today, though, where we heard from Congressman Maxwell Frost. Was just about to start taking questions, ask about the Iran war, a number of other, the ongoing DHS shutdown that's impacting wait times at airports, a number of other things as well. So let's get you back to that news conference earlier today in Orlando.
Any questions for me?
Yeah, Congressman, you mentioned this act brings stability, possibly saving people money. We know money has been talked about in the recent days because of gas prices going up. Also, reports have come up just today of the Pentagon requesting $200 billion because of the war in the Middle East. Can you tell me, what do you think about everything economically?
Well, the first thing is we can't just say because of the war in the Middle East, right? This is a war choice. This is something that the president decided to do, I think, to distract from the fact that our economy is failing and from the fact that we're trying to get justice for the survivors of the Epstein crimes that he's mentioned in, more than Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Bible. But that aside, let me tell you this. Americans are used to political leaders sending their children to go die in some war they have no idea why we're engaged in while our prices go up. And Donald Trump is doing the same thing. He ran on not putting us into war. And now look at where we're at. Gas prices are going up at the pump because of this war of choice. Now he's asking us for $200 million to continue this war when we have a crisis of housing, when we have an affordability crisis in this country where people can't afford to send their kids to school, students are in crushing student debt, people can't afford their groceries. Focus on that. Let's fix something on that and not continue these forever wars in the Middle East where, I might say, our taxpayer dollars are being used to go bomb innocent people. I mean, just look at a lot of the studies and the fact that this recent investigation, it looks like our country bombed that girls' school in Iran that killed hundreds of people, including many students. Maybe instead of bombing schools in Iran, we should build schools here. I don't know. Doesn't sound too radical to me. So my hope is that we can focus in on the people of this country. That is what the whole America First thing was all about. But I'm a no on that. I'm absolutely a no on sending more taxpayer dollars to go to some war in the Middle East or overseas. Let's spend the money here to protect our people here from predatory corporations in Wall Street that are buying them out of their homes, that are raising up the cost of rent. That's really what we need to focus on. So I am fully against any kind of supplemental. Our military receives, the Department of Defense receives over $1 trillion. $1 trillion. They haven't passed the audit in the last 10 audits, and 75% of that money goes to military contractors, not even our service members. I come from an Air Force family. Okay, so these are the things that people have to keep in mind, and I'm very against more money towards this reckless illegal war.
And just another question. As you know, your party currently does not hold the majority in the House or the Senate. What do you think it's going to take to get this act passed?
This act, my hope is it'll be bipartisan. Like I said, this isn't a Democratic thing. This is a people thing. And my hope is I'll be able to get a few of my House colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring this bill and moving this forward. This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. This is a bipartisan issue everyone should be on. And I'm fairly confident we'll be able to get some Republican support on this. I just got a Republican co-sponsor on another bill I introduced that has to do with removing barriers to housing. Right now, if you're convicted 10 or 20 years ago of selling marijuana or selling drugs, and you did your time and you're trying to get your life together, you could be barred from renting for the rest of your life under current law. My bill changes that. And I have a Republican on that bill with me. So my hope is we'll be able to work in a bipartisan way to get this passed.
Now, isn't owning the land only part of the problem, though? I mean, because you've got to have, like for instance, this property, you've got to have electrical, you've got to have sewer, you've got to have water. Who's paying for all that infrastructure, even if the residents are able to own the land?
Well, number one, a lot of that infrastructure exists, right? As these folks live in those communities, the upkeep, you're looking around at this is what we don't want to happen, right? They live in a community right now that has that infrastructure. And the way that this works is private equity comes into existing communities. They're not interested in building something, right? The problem isn't that private equity is building communities and people are moving in, is they're coming in and buying up communities that already exist, buying up all the land, and then hiking up all the rents, hiking up everything, and the services go down, and then they're paying more for something for less. That's the problem. A lot of the infrastructure already exists. It's not that private equity is building new housing, manufactured housing communities and trying to get everyone to come in, is that they're taking over the existing ones, and that's the main problem here.
Well, as a former mobile homeowner myself, I bought one 30 years ago over in Volusia County, and in 2004 I went deeply into debt over paying for hurricane damage. That put me so far behind, it took me 20 years to get out of that hole personally.
Yeah.
How safe is that given that this is Florida and we have hurricanes?
I mean, it is a huge issue, and we know that we have an insurance crisis in this state as well, and really across the country. But this bill really has to do with giving the power to the community so they can jointly all own the land that their home is on, right? That's what this is focused on, and that helps empower people to be able to handle other situations as well.
What about TSA? They haven't been paid for like a month now. What's your thought about the...
I mean, it's horrible, and look, in the Senate, we put forth a bill that would pay members in TSA, that would fund FEMA, and allow us to continue the negotiations on what's going on with ICE. We don't want ICE killing American citizens. We don't want ICE terrorizing our communities, and we said we're not going to give them a penny more till we have the negotiations to rein in all of this chaos that's going on. This is a false choice that the president wants us to have. He says, well, if you don't give us the money to go kill citizens and terrorize your communities, we're not going to pay TSA, and we're not going to give FEMA the money that they need. So we put forth a bill that said, let's pay for everything else, and let's keep the focus on ICE, because that's where the negotiations are. They voted against it. They voted against it in the Senate. Now we put forth a discharge petition. If we get 3 Republicans to sign it, we can have a vote in the House, and my hope is we'll have that. So, again, it's false choices. We're Congress. We can do whatever we want. We can pass a bill to fund TSA. We can continue talking about ICE. That's what we want to do. They don't want to do it right now because they're using the fact that TSA members are not getting paid as a pawn in this fight. It's disgraceful. That's part of the reason I've signed on to a bill called the Shutdown Fairness Act, Paycheck Fairness Act, which would ensure that the working people who work for the federal government aren't caught in these political battles where they're not receiving a paycheck. And I'm really proud to co-sponsor that bill, and my hope is we'll get it passed. Neither party should be able to weaponize the paycheck of a working person. I mean, and so it's disgraceful, and my hope is we can get this passed. But we won't allow them to pummel us into submission where we're going to give them $8 billion more for an agency that is completely reckless, killing people on the streets, terrorizing our communities, breaking the law. We're just not going to do it. So my hope is we can pass other legislation to fund TSA. And by the way, FEMA's not been in a good place for a year. When DOGE started, they fired half the people there. They fired all the senior staff. They haven't had a Senate-confirmed administrator. They've gone through like 4 or 5 administrators at FEMA. No states are receiving individual assistance. No states are being reimbursed, even Republican ones. FEMA is in a crisis right now. So now everyone wants to talk about FEMA because of the budgeting issue. But I'm telling you guys, they destroyed FEMA a year ago, and we should all be very concerned about it outside of the shutdown as well.
Let me give you a live look right now. This is another look at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. You can see the line to get to the TSA checkpoint. That was one of the things we were just hearing Congressman Frost speak about. We've seen wait times pushing an hour there over the last little bit. So you can see the line extending beyond just the queued area where that is normally the case. In fact, you can see the sign there pointing an arrow to the north checkpoint. But they're really causing a lot of problems in a lot of areas across the country as travel picks up right now with spring break and other things going on. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We're just hours away now, less than 6 hours away from tip-off in UCF's first game in the NCAA tournament. They play UCLA tonight, 7:25 p.m. Eastern. They're playing in Philadelphia in their first March Madness game since 2019, their first time in the tournament in 7 years. So a lot of excitement for that. We cheered them on earlier this week when they left Orlando to make that trip to Philly for the game tonight. We also spoke with Orlando Sentinel sports reporter Matt Murschel about what we can expect from this Knights team tonight and how far they might be able to go in the tournament.
Well, I think the vibe is just excitement. You know, I mean, this is a team that when they first came together last summer, this is 13 newcomers that joined this roster. They had zero returning production from last year. These were all new guys who came in mostly through the transfer portal, who were trying to get to know each other a little bit, trying to get to build that chemistry that, you know, used to be able to do back in the day, you know, because guys stayed more than multiple years. So for Johnny Dock as the head coach, you know, it was about quickly getting these guys together. They bonded pretty well, got on the court and played pretty well early on through the non-conference schedule, got into the Big 12. And started to gain some momentum, you know, a little bit. And this felt like a team maybe, you know, that could make a serious run at going to the NCAA tournament. And now, you know, they find their way to get there. It was a little bit of a, you know, it took a little bit. You know, you go to the end, you know, the season, they lost their last 3 regular season games. They beat Cincinnati in the Big 12 tournament on an overtime. That win probably propelled them into the NCAA tournament. But now they're excited. These guys want to get back. They want to play. Some of them have been there before. Johnny's been there before, obviously, and so they want to get their opportunity to showcase themselves on the big stage.
And when we look at, you know, kind of the landscape of the Big 12 and UCF, I mean, joining probably the best basketball conference in just 3 years, making a tournament bid, what does that say about Orlando and UCF as a whole?
Well, it says a lot. I mean, it really does. I mean, you think about this conference, as you mentioned, it's probably arguably the best basketball conference in the country. You've got blue blood programs like Kansas. You brought in Arizona. You know, you look at Iowa State, how they've played. Houston has been outstanding. They were in the national championship game last year against Florida. There are programs. They're Texas Tech. Spent a lot of money on their roster. So there are programs right there that have had a long history of basketball and spent a lot of money, to build up their rosters. So for UCF to get to year 3, really to get to the NCAA tournament, considering the resources that these other schools have that UCF doesn't have, it's pretty telling, that they were able to do what they were, especially as I mentioned, with 13 newcomers coming in and trying to kind of build a vibe and get everyone to buy in and be able to do it. So I think it's probably one of Johnny Dawkins' biggest, I guess biggest accomplishments would be too deep, but I think it's one of his best accomplishments in quite some time. I think the 2018-19 team was pretty special, but I think this team is also going to be just as special because of the fact that there were so many new faces.
And what is it about Johnny Dawkins and the coaching staff in general, and the UCF basketball program that can bring an entirely new team and have them mesh so well pretty quickly?
Well, I've asked Johnny that question before many times because I always say, how do you get this to work? And the answer he gives me is, he spent a lot of time in the NBA, not just as a player, but also you see a little bit of time watching how coaches work at the NBA. And he kind of likens it to that now, where, you bring in free agents and then, the free agents have to bond pretty quickly. And then you're able to go out there and have some success. So that's kind of a little bit of the outline that he uses, I think, he's used at least over the last 3 or 4 years is it's kind of like an NBA free agency where you're bringing the players you are. It's all about identifying who you believe will fit best in what you're trying to do. I think Johnny commands a lot of respect in the locker room. I mean, I think players we've talked to over the years have said, they really enjoy playing for Johnny. He's a guy that was successful as a college player. He was Naismith Player of the Year, led Duke to a national championship run. You look at what he did as an assistant coach. He was at Duke, under Mike Krzyzewski, legendary coach Mike Krzyzewski, and they did some incredible things there. Went to a national championship as well. And I think he's kind of built that reputation, and I think he works well with players. I think they identify with him. He's a very calm demeanor. He's not a guy that is going to scream and yell and get in your face. I don't think unless he needs to. You know what I mean? But you very rarely see that that side of Johnny Dawkins, and I think the players respond to him on that level. And so I think that's one of the things that's helped this team get to where they've been at and the success they've had.
And as I'm a UCF alum, following this team, it felt almost like, crazy upset win, disappointing home upset loss. What is the true talent level of this UCF team as someone's been covering this team so closely?
I think this is a team that if they're healthy and if they're playing right, this is a team that can beat almost anybody. I mean, we saw that against BYU. They went on the road for a 5-day, 2-game stretch where they played at Utah and they beat Utah, which was kind of a bad team. And then they go to BYU, which was ranked 19th in the country at the time, and they blew BYU off the floor. I mean, they were up by as many as almost 40 points in that game, and that's probably the best I've seen UCF play. And that basically a half of basketball where everything was clicking, everything was looking well. Defensively, they find a way to really kind of get teams kind of out of their rhythm. And that's kind of where UCF's at. But then I've also covered some games, as you mentioned, where they've looked bad. They've looked, they haven't played well. They kind of fall behind. They don't shoot well. This team has a history of that a little bit where they struggle shooting the ball, especially early in games. They find themselves down by double digits, and then they find themselves having to rally late to try to make something happen. Take a look at the Cincinnati game in the Big 12 tournament. I mean, they were down against Cincinnati, and then the last 2 minutes they go on an 8-0 run and send it to overtime and end up winning the game. So this is how this team is. I would look at it as a resilient team. They find ways to respond. I've never felt like there's maybe 1 or 2 games this season, Arizona being the last game in the Big 12 tournament, where I felt like that team was out of the game. Even if they were down, you just felt like, okay, they could make a run. They could find a way to get this thing turned around, and they're not getting blown out. Arizona was a little tough. They had some guys down injury-wise, and Arizona's a really good team. But for the most part throughout the season, it's not like they were getting blown out of arenas. It's like they were there at the very end. They just didn't have enough to get over the hump. So this is a team that's resilient and a team that knows how to find a way to come back and win games. Especially if they're healthy, they're a team that can play really, really good basketball.
Friday night in Philly against UCLA. What does this UCF Knights team have to do to move on in the NCAA tournament?
Well, they got to play defense. These two teams are going to be some of the best defensive teams in the tournament, and UCF plays good defense. They're going to have to play better defense against a UCLA team that is has some experience, has some players that can score. They're going to have to find a way. If you're UCF, you got to find a way to shoot the ball better. You got to shoot the ball not just on the court. You're also got to shoot the ball better. Free throw wise, they've struggled on free throw shooting in the last 2 games in the tournament. They struggled in 3-point shooting. I think they were abysmal, 18% from behind 3-point range in the Big 12 tournament. They've got to get better at shooting the three, and I think they've got to just keep their calm. Don't let things kind of rattle them. The nice thing is they're not playing. It's not like they're going to UCLA. They're playing at UCLA. They're playing at a neutral site. And it's not like UCLA fans are going to maybe travel that much. You may get a lot of UCF fans who want to travel to Philly to watch this game. So you just got to go out there and just kind of accept what's going on around you. It's the NCAA tournament, March Madness. There's going to be a lot of attention being paid to this game, so the players are going to have to just kind of tune that out a little bit. And I think if they do all those things, I think they've got a good chance of pulling off the upset. And I think the other thing, especially, and this Johnny Dawkins has talked about this time and time again, is don't look ahead. Don't get caught up in the idea that, okay, if we win, if you win against UCLA, you could face UConn in the next round. You don't want to be looking ahead. You just want to say, what can you do to beat UCLA, and then focus on that.
All right. So if someone's tuning in Friday night to their first UCF basketball game all season, which player should they make sure they keep their eyes on?
Well, I think to me it's going to be Themis Folks, who's the point guard. I think he's the guy that really the offense is kind of revolves around him. He's the guy that will get the ball out to everybody. He can give up assists. He can shoot the ball. He can score. There have been times during this season where if the offense is struggling, he'll step up and have some get the offense on his back and kind of carry them a little bit. He can facilitate. He's a guy that I think would be a key person to watch. I'll give you another one too, is JaMychal Stillwell, who is the forward. He's really been the heart and soul of this UCF team. He's a guy that really likes to crash the boards. I think he has 8 double-doubles so far this season at points and rebounds. When he's on the floor, this is a different UCF team. Their defense is much better. They have a lot more toughness. He likes to bang around in the middle and kind of cause problems. So he's a guy that definitely could cause some issues with against UCLA's offense.
7:25 tonight. It's UCF and UCLA. That's Orlando Sentinel sports reporter Matt Murschel. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We've also been tracking the news today. The death of Chuck Norris, the martial artist, the movie and TV star, dead at the age of 86. And our friends at Fox 13 spoke with TMZ earlier today after that news broke.
Yeah, I mean, just the death of an absolute legend in Chuck Norris, and I think you can look at the fans of Chuck, and they span just all age ranges. I mean, he was so active and such a big star in Hollywood going back all the way to the 70s. And then you can go and look at more recent movies, not so much from the last decade or so because he hasn't worked much, but there was some recent work when you've got young people who say, hey, Chuck Norris, I know him from Dodgeball or whatever it might be. And he was just such a massive star in that I think, he did something that nobody else really did, in that he combined these three elements, and that he was just this martial arts, just this expert. He was so good, and he was so talented as an athlete and as a martial artist. And the big Hollywood career where he was a real action star. I mean, the Delta Force movie, I remember watching that. Speaking of watching as a kid, I remember watching that as a kid. And just like the prototypical action star. And then you have the pop culture element of it. Yeah. And when you mix all three, that's something that nobody else, I think, can say except Chuck Norris. And that's why there's all those funny Chuck Norris, the jokes. And he had quite the life, and so sad that at 86 years old here now, he has passed away. We broke a story yesterday that he had been hospitalized, and a little bit of a question as to what his condition was, and now we find out that, in fact, he actually did ultimately pass away yesterday. So tremendously sad story, but what a life.
Oh my gosh, what a life. And I mean, I want to talk a little bit about what's gone on over the couple of days. I know we only know so much, but yeah. I saw that the other day he was doing martial arts. He had recently celebrated his birthday on March 10th. So you're talking about a really small time frame where everything seemed fine.
Yeah, no, I agree. It seems like this happened very quickly. Like you said, just celebrates his 86th birthday, is seemingly in great spirits. Post video of him training. We spoke with somebody yesterday, one of his friends, who said that on a Wednesday, it would have been, they had a conversation and Chuck sounded great, was talking about, just some things, kind of mundane life things, going to get a haircut or doing this and that he sounded like he was doing well. And obviously then just a matter of hours later, he's hospitalized and now he's gone. And it does seem like it happened quick, whatever happened, that this was not some long, prolonged illness where he had not been feeling well, where he was good and then tragically he wasn't.
Yeah, and I was actually reading our viewers. Obviously, we've only got so much to work with right now since we just learned of this. But, I mean, what did you make of the post from his family?
Yeah, I clearly, somebody who had a lot of loving family and people who cared about him, and nice to see, great to see. I can only imagine if us as a fan base, how much we are kind of devastated by this news, how the family must feel. So yeah, I thought it was a hard.
The loss of a legend, that's for sure. TMZ speaking with Fox 13 earlier today. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience with Florida Live, and continue our live streaming news coverage with you. So keep it here.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV. 2 o'clock on this afternoon, and we appreciate you joining us. Want to let you know a little bit of what you can expect over this next hour as we continue our live streaming news coverage here today. We are going to check in on Daytona Beach and how things are looking there with a special event zone in effect, and what that means for spring break as we head into another weekend. We're also going to be talking March Madness, the impact on Florida with first and second round games being played in Tampa. University of Florida tipping off tonight in Tampa. Meanwhile, UCF going to be playing tonight in Philly. And we also had the chance to sit down today with Grammy award-winning artist Alessia Cara, who just released a new album today. You'll hear our conversation with her coming up in just a little bit. So let me give you a live look right now from Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. You can see a number of folks walking along the beach there on what has been a busy and popular spring break week and spring break destination. We have seen a number of issues that have cropped up, especially last weekend. We've heard from law enforcement and city leaders, county leaders as well, talking about ways to address that and make sure that everyone stays safe, that there is not chaos when it comes to spring break celebrations and other things that are going on. And so we want to bring in Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, joins us live now via Zoom from the beach there. And Chris, how are things looking out there on this Friday afternoon?
Well, there are a good amount of people out here on the shore. Not as many people as we saw during that unauthorized beach takeover this past weekend, but out here, the law enforcement presence is very significant. You can't go about 100 yards or so without at least a couple of squad vehicles, just making sure that everyone is safe. This is all part of the spring break plans that the Volusia Sheriff's Department as well as the Daytona Beach Police Department have. So as you mentioned, there's a special event zone in place that is in effect as of 11 o'clock this morning. What that means is fines for traffic infractions will be doubled. Penalties for alleged crimes will also be more severe. This past weekend, we saw as that gathering was going on, several people got warnings or citations for drinking out here on the beach, which is against city ordinance. There was also some alleged underage drinking that happened. Despite last week's warnings, this time they say you're automatically going to go to jail while they figure out what's next.
And why do they think this will help prevent some of what we saw last weekend?
Well, this is an approach that they've taken before. Last year, they say because they were able to get cease and desist orders in place for the alleged organizers of the beach takeover, that they didn't have to do these things, but they say they've seen it work in the past. So these efforts to sort of get ahead of things, make penalties more severe, they believe will be effective, letting people know that they no longer want spring break to occur in the fashion that they've seen this past weekend and this past week.
And Chris, this is, kind of the end of what we have seen, quite a bit of discussion and some back and forth about this really all week from a number of officials there in Daytona Beach and Volusia County.
Yes, it's been a coordinated effort between not only the Daytona Beach Police Department, the Volusia Sheriff's Office, but also the city of Daytona Beach as well. Recently, the city manager came out and said they are in full support of the efforts that the Volusia Sheriff's Office is making with the special event zone. In addition to that, the city also announced that they are going to be enforcing a youth curfew that starts at 8 p.m. tonight. So anyone unaccompanied under the age of 18, if they are not inside at that time or don't have a valid reason, whether it be a job or whatever have you, then they will be detained according to city officials and their parents will be contacted. They're going to try to avoid arresting the youth in these situations, but they do want to make it clear that you're not allowed to be out here after the beach closes, roughly an hour after the beach closes.
All right, so Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, I know you've been really, tracking this story throughout the week here and starting to see, already seeing that impact on the beaches there this afternoon. We can see a lot of those cruisers, exactly what you're talking about with that law enforcement presence kind of everywhere you look there. Looks like they're really trying to get out ahead of things.
Yeah, they're really just making sure that they're seen and that aside from just law enforcement, that people know that they're here if they do, for whatever reason, need help. I've spoken with a few spring breakers who say they don't have an issue with having extra numbers out here from both agencies. It makes them feel safe. And up to this point, I haven't seen any signs of a gathering. At this point, it seems like most of the people that you see out here on the shore are in their own clusters, doing beach things, playing volleyball, running back and forth and whatnot. So it seems to be a pretty calm beach day. And as you said, all of this law enforcement presence, they're planning to keep it that way.
Yeah, let's hope it does stay that way. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
We're also following up on a story out of Brevard County where Fox 35's Esther Bauer is outside Suntree Elementary School, a local elementary school there that's making some big changes after several Fox 35 stories that highlight dangerous drivers during parent pickup that officials say is putting students in danger. Esther has the latest on that.
We're here at Suntree Elementary, and we've been at this school several times because parents had reached out to us about dangerous driving behavior affecting student safety. We've seen several videos and photos of cars in the middle of the road, cars going around each other, cars going onto the sidewalk, also keeping no pathway available for emergency vehicles. So if you can see behind me right now, we have all these cars lined up, and I'm here to report that we're seeing some big changes, big safety improvements happening at the school. What the school board chair has done is actually created 2 pickup lines. So before there was only one, and that's why we were seeing more vehicles pushing out into the road, putting children in danger. Now we have 2 lines going right now, and that is making some positive changes because the big goal, the only goal right now is getting cars out of the road and improving student safety. So this is one of the first few days that we're seeing that in place. I'm told if they need additional space, the next step is going to be to actually take this curb that's sticking out into the road. They might get rid of that curb, and then that would allow even more cars to pile into this pickup line. But we are seeing major positive changes here at Suntree. This comes after we've reported on several issues, done several stories here, and now we are seeing change.
Fox 35's Esther Bauer with more on that later today. Let me give you a live look right now at the line to go through security at ATL Airport. Thankfully, this is not a live look at MCO. But at ATL, that's Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. We're seeing 75-minute wait times just to get through TSA. Obviously, this is in the middle of an ongoing shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security where TSA workers are not getting paid and continuing to see increasing impacts because of that and wait times like this at airports across the country. But this is a line to get to the checkpoint line that is not always there. You can see they've put up some temporary ropes essentially to create a space for those lines because at multiple checkpoints in Atlanta, the main checkpoint showing 75 minutes and the north checkpoint also showing 75 minutes right now. Now, the good thing is if you're traveling through Orlando International Airport, those wait times, the max right now is showing 15 minutes. And I will say all throughout this, as we have seen these wait times balloon at airports across the country, we have not seen that to that same extent at Orlando International Airport. So MCO right now showing 10 to 13 minutes, 11 to 15 minutes, and 1 to 5 minutes for their 3 TSA checkpoints. Still, because of this, the situation that you're seeing, and because of an increase in travel with the spring break, you'd always want to plan ahead to get to that airport early. We're getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live. As we do so, let me give you a live look at Artemis 2, which has been rolled back out to the launch pad ahead of an expected and targeted launch coming up early next month. It was a process that started a little after midnight last night and finally made it back to the launch pad a little after 11 o'clock this morning. Keep it right here. We've got more Florida Live right after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Nice to see you on this Friday afternoon. It is day 2 of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. We've got a lot of excitement over that, and we know Tampa, one of the hosts for some of those games. And that leads off our Tampa connection today. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. Nancy, I'm nervously watching the score right now of the Kentucky game that's going on in St. Louis, but a lot of excitement there in the Bay Area for the games that are there, including the University of Florida that's going to be playing there tonight.
Yes, we're really excited for the University of Florida to be playing. Of course, I wish that it was Miami Hurricanes, but at least it is, a big Florida team playing in the March Madness here in Tampa. And with March Madness comes a huge economic drive for the city. So far, 8 college basketball teams, as well as their fan base, have descended upon Tampa, and they are here obviously for the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament. Now, the influx of visitors is filling up our downtown hotels and providing a major boost to local bars and restaurants. And while many fans have traveled from across the country to support their specific teams, others are here simply for the love of the game. Some fans even purchased tickets months in advance, long before the brackets were even set. And for city leaders, the tournament is about more than just a weekend of basketball. The Tampa Bay Sports Commission says the goal is to give these visitors such a great experience that they'll choose to return again for future vacations. And the action kicks off today at Amalie Arena. The first game was Texas Tech and Akron. That game got underway a little while ago. I believe that started around 12:40. And then, again, we have tonight, Clemson will take on Iowa, and the top-seeded Florida Gators will wrap up the evening against Prairie View A&M. Now, the winners of today's matchup will move on to the second round, which will take place here in Tampa on Sunday. Garrett?
Yeah, it's just such a fun time of year. I love it, especially when you've got the games going on throughout the day. It's just fun, and to have that atmosphere, in Tampa. It was in Orlando a few years ago, going to be coming back in a couple of years as well. So it's just a really cool atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. And again, it is such a big economic boost for the city of Tampa. And I believe this weekend is supposed to be absolutely gorgeous. So it'll be beautiful weather, especially, even if you're not able to attend all of the college basketball games, or maybe you're with family members who are attending the games, but you're not attending the games. We have so many other activities that you can do, especially throughout downtown Tampa. We have the Riverwalk, and on a beautiful day, you can walk from one end to the other. I believe it's about 3 miles, but it's just beautiful. And again, the weather is expected to be gorgeous. So of course, the city of Tampa hopes that all of these visitors who are in town for basketball will want to come back and enjoy everything else that is great about the city.
Yeah, and there's certainly a lot to offer. There's no doubt about that. And Pinellas County, when we're talking about tourism and sports tourism, Pinellas County also seeing some impacts.
Yes, since October, Pinellas County officials said that they have hosted 50 different sporting events, and they've hosted everything from sailing events to softball events, and that is giving Pinellas County a huge economic boost. The county officials say that those events have pumped about $30 million into the local economy and actually filled up more than 150,000 hotel rooms, 51,000 hotel rooms. The St. Pete Clearwater Sports Commission says the best teams in the country are choosing the area to start their seasons. High-profile college softball tournaments recently brought 12 ranked teams to Clearwater, including the top 2 programs in the nation. And the recent opening of the Sproul's Horizon Sports Park in Pinellas Park is also helping meet the high demand. The complex features 6 new baseball diamonds, which officials say help clear a massive backlog of tournament organizers who have been waiting years for more field space. And despite the success, Pinellas County faces stiff competition from neighbors like Pasco, Manatee, and Hillsborough counties. Those areas have invested heavily in rectangular fields for soccer, lacrosse, as well as football. And local leaders hope to close that gap by developing the former Toy Town landfill site in St. Petersburg. The 235-acre plot has been stalled for 25 years due to environmental concerns and high costs. A new report on the land is is expected in April with a potential development plan headed to county commissioners by October. And in the meantime, the county is looking at niche markets to keep the momentum going, including non-traditional sports like cornhole and Quidditch. The region also recently secured a major international win as St. Petersburg was named the only North American stop for the Ocean Race. That's a global sailing competition scheduled for next year. Garrett?
Okay, I do love playing some cornhole. I have never played Quidditch, though. What about you, Nancy?
No, I have never played Quidditch. I do like cornhole a lot, but Quidditch is not something I have ever played, and frankly, I don't really know what it is.
Well, apparently there's a market for it, though, so we will see what happens with that. And finally, talk to us about the shelter in Hillsborough County. We know they're full, like so many shelters just around the area and around the country, really, and they're really asking for some help right now.
Yes, they are definitely asking for some help. Now, the Hillsborough County Pet Resource Center, what sets this apart is that they do not turn any animal, dogs or cats, they do not turn them away regardless of age, breed, or medical condition. And of course, this means that thousands of animals come through the shelter every year, and many of them need urgent care as well as a second chance. Unlike private shelters that can limit how many animals they accept, the Pet Resource Center does not turn anyone away. And while that mission saves lives, it also puts constant pressure on space as well as staff. And the problem gets worse in Florida, with Florida's nearly year-round kitten season. That occurs when litters of newborn cats arrive almost daily. Shelter staff say the steady flow of animals keeps kennels full and resources stretched thin. Leaders say it does not take a permanent commitment to help ease the burden. Fostering is one of the most effective ways to support the life-saving mission. Shelter staff say the environment can be loud and stressful, especially for young kittens as well as anxious dogs. And moving them into a temporary home can improve their health as well as their behavior. Foster families also help pets become more adoptable by learning their personalities and giving them one-on-one attention. And in some cases, that connection leads to a permanent adoption. Now, to bring in more volunteers, the Pet Resource Center is hosting a foster open house this Saturday, that's tomorrow, at its Tampa facility on North Falkenberg Road. The event runs from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. and includes educational sessions for new and experienced fosters. And one session actually focuses on bottle babies, which teaches volunteers how to care for newborn kittens that need frequent feeding. Shelter leaders say fostering is flexible, whether it's for a few days or a few weeks, and every placement helps open up space inside the shelter. Residents can attend Saturday's event or contact the Pet Resource Center to get involved. Garrett?
Yeah, we know fosters play such an important role in helping clear out some of that space, getting those dogs and cats, ready for adoption. And so anyone who can help, we certainly encourage them to do so, because like you were explaining, that we know that need is there.
Yeah, the need is there. And one of the things about being a foster pet parent is that you really do get to learn their personalities. And I follow a lot of these rescue shelters on social media. And a lot of times they'll post a picture of the dog, but then it posts a lot of information about the dog, such as this dog is great with kids, or this dog needs somebody who's home all the time. This dog doesn't like loud noises, or this one needs a big yard so it can kind of run free, isn't good on leash walks, while other dogs like leash walks and maybe good with other pets. So it really gives a potential adopter an idea of what this animal needs, and hopefully they'll be able to get adopted. And I have seen, I believe I was in downtown Ocala once, and this couple was walking two dogs, and on them they had little vests that said, "I'm available, I'm up for adoption," and I'm a dog lover, so of course I stopped because I wanted to pet them. And in talking with this couple, they told me everything about these dogs that you could ever want to learn, personality traits, little quirks. So it was really wonderful, and they were out there, taking these dogs on walks just to socialize these animals, but also to possibly find potential people to adopt them.
Yeah, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is joining me live now. And Laurel, we are heading into the weekend and finally going to be feeling like Florida for a weekend.
Feeling like Florida and feeling like spring, because today is the first day of spring. It officially started 10:46 this morning.
Okay.
Is when the spring season started. So Florida, I feel like finally living up to its name after a very disappointing spring break, for I bet a lot of folks are thinking.
I was talking about that earlier with Jessica Dobson when she was in here this morning, and we were saying, you know, for a lot of the out-of-towners, even the weather that we had here this past week, it's still probably an improvement for them. It's the locals who are also trying to make the most of their spring break that really kind of got the short end of the stick.
Yes, but luckily this weekend is kind of like a last-ditch effort to a lot of things. It's going to be great. And listen, if I was at the parks yesterday, it would have been a perfect day for the parks if you were just kind of walking around, just enjoying it. It was a little breezy. It's still a little breezy out there right now, but hopefully if you are planning on doing any outdoor activities or we're trying to get a beach day in before spring break wrapped up, luckily I think you will have the chance to do so. So taking a look over Daytona Beach, personally, Garrett, I thought the beach was going to be more packed because, again, first day that we've had in a while that is not only rain-free, cloud-free, but also above 70. So that's something that we're really going to be continuing to see as we head through the next couple of days. Right now, 69 degrees as we take a look ahead on Daytona Beach. It is gusty out there still. Winds coming in directly from the northeast at about 23 miles per hour, so very gusty. And we're going to hold those same conditions as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. Mostly clear skies basically through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Temperatures slowly drifting down closer into the low and mid 70s, but this weekend is going to be perfect. We're seeing those temperatures warming on up. So this is actually warmer than average. Normal average temperatures for this time of year sit about throughout the upper 70s, and we're going to be in the low 80s, possibly even making a run at 90 early next week. So we're just going to be seeing a huge area of high pressure just taking hold, keeping the sunshine here. But this is also going to be drying out our weather quite a bit as we take a look at the next couple days. Again, through the rest of the evening, mainly clear skies. As we head through the rest of the overnight, though, those winds will slowly start to subside, so especially here in Orlando, we're going to see those winds be very, very calm, which does mean that we could be looking at some very patchy fog. So anywhere inland, if you're not directly off the coast, you do have the threat of seeing some patchy fog tomorrow. So I know for lots of folks are probably going to be like, yes, it's a good park day, it's a good beach day, let's just get out early. Yeah, be careful of the fog, especially until about 9, 10 o'clock. Then we're going to see that sunshine kick in, that fog is going to clear, and things will actually turn out pretty nicely for our Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Here are your highs tomorrow, lingering throughout the low 80s, upper 70s. Very pleasant for this time of year. So if you are planning on heading to Epcot tomorrow, it's going to be perfect spring weather, which is also perfect because the Flower and Garden Festival is happening. Again, patchy fog to start right as parks are opening, and then we're going to be seeing a gorgeous day if you're planning on heading to any of the theme parks tomorrow. Also, beach forecast. Tomorrow, like I said, probably one of the first good beach days that we've had in over a week and a half, I'd say. And we're going to continue to see not only those sunny skies, temperatures will be on the warmer side as well. Wave heights will be on the lower side, but those riptides, that's something that we're really going to need to focus on because the wind right now coming in directly off the coast, it'll switch around starting in tomorrow, but we are just going to be seeing that threat of some dangerous riptides over the next couple of days, again, with just those winds coming in directly off the coast. So again, it's a good weekend. Really, there's not too much to forecast. We're keeping an eye on some clouds setting in as we head into tomorrow morning. That fog, again, should be pretty much burned off by about 9, 10 o'clock. Here's your lunch hour. If you do have any brunch or lunch plans tomorrow, things are looking absolutely beautiful. Not a cloud in the sky. Again, kind of just a picture-perfect weekend as we kick off the season of spring. Saturday night, things are looking good. Maybe a couple passing clouds, but other than that, we are good to go. Again, fog as we take a look at your Saturday night, Sunday morning, so be careful with that, especially in the Gainesville, Ocala area Sunday morning. We could be seeing some patchy, dense fog out there. But again, pretty much copy and paste of what we saw Saturday, just a couple degrees warmer. So Saturday, we're sitting in the low 80s. Sunday, we're going to be sitting in the mid 80s, so a wonderful day to make sure you get outside and enjoy. One thing that I will say, though, is that those winds are going to be coming in and bringing in that warmer and drier air. So what does that mean? drought, fire weather going to be another risk. So as we do take a look, this is the first time we've ever seen 100% drought in Florida. There's been over 650 wildfires in 2026 so far, and we are in a state of emergency. This has been in effect since February, so this isn't necessarily new news. But one thing that we did notice with the drought monitor compared to last week and this week, not a whole bunch of changes, especially for us here in Central Florida. But the biggest change now is that we're seeing that level 4 extreme drought, exceptional drought, especially up in the Panhandle right by Tallahassee. So that's one thing that we are going to keep monitoring, but as of right now across Central Florida, we're not really seeing too many changes in the drought, and that really all has to do with the rain that we saw last week. So that's something that we're going to be watching, is not only temperatures continue to be on the rise, but also we stay dry, taking a look at least through the next 5 days.
I tell you what, Laurel, that is eye-opening to see that first time ever that 100% of Florida has been in drought.
Isn't that crazy?
That
I feel
is
like
crazy.
that's just because we have that dry season so often. I didn't realize this was the first time in history until I actually wrote that out that the entirety of Florida has been under this drought.
Crazy. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We are going to take a break, give you a live look right now downtown Orlando on this Friday afternoon. Keep it here. More Florida Live after this. Live look downtown Orlando on this Friday afternoon. It is 2:30. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. Congressman Maxwell Frost was in Orlando earlier today, where he held a news conference with a number of other officials and other leaders as well, talking about some legislation that he's filed that would essentially block corporations from forcing people out of their homes. Think in mobile home parks and that kind of thing. He was also asked questions, and where he was asked about the war in Iran and a number of other topics. Here's some of what Congressman Frost had to say at that news conference earlier today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amina. Look, we have a housing crisis in this country, but to take a step back, we have an ownership crisis in this country. Where little by little, year after year, corporations are buying up everything and giving us the honor of being able to rent it from them. We see that the home ownership rates, the average age for a first-time home buyer right now is 41 years old. 41 years old. Car leases are going up. If we continue on this trend, most people won't even own a car in about 30 years. In 40 years, most people might not even own their phone. In fact, you don't own the music you listen to or the movies you watch anymore either. Everything is being rented to us. It's for a simple reason. When our economy falls on hard times, who does the government bail out? The people who have the keys. They don't want us to have the keys. But for working people, owning a home, that's usually the largest asset you'll have to build wealth. Pass that wealth to your kids. Keep that wealth in your family so we can all do well. That's what we want. We want people to build wealth. We want people to have stability. But we're in a country where increasingly there's so few that have so much and so much of our people that have so little. So I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, or this and that. It's less about looking around at who to blame. Look up. Look at the people who've been leaving us with crumbs for generations. We've had enough of it. We've had enough of it. And this issue, I think, is really at the core of what we're seeing. Corporations valuing profits over humans, profits over people. And I really want to thank a lot of the residents we have here. Thank you so much to Ellie, our HOA leader that came, our local elected officials, Commissioner Uribe, Senator LaVon Bracey Davis. Thank you so much to Samaritan Resource. Thank you so much to MH Action and everyone that came out here. Before we open up for questions, this isn't on the schedule, but does anyone want to give a story or anything? All good if not. I don't want to put anyone on the spot. Your presence here is powerful enough, but I just want to make sure. Anybody? Okay. Any questions for me?
Yeah, Congressman, you mentioned this act bringing stability, possibly saving people money. We know money has been talked about in the recent case because of gas prices going up. Also, reports have come up just today of the Pentagon requesting $200 billion because of the war in the Middle East. Can you tell me, what do you think about everything economically?
Well, the first thing is we can't just say because of the war in the Middle East, right? This is a war choice. This is something that the president decided to do, I think, to distract from the fact that our economy is failing and from the fact that we're trying to get justice for the survivors of the Epstein crimes that he's mentioned in, more than Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Bible. But that aside, let me tell you this. Americans are used to political leaders sending their children to go die in some war they have no idea why we're engaged in while our prices go up. And Donald Trump is doing the same thing. He ran on not putting us into war. And now look at where we're at. Gas prices are going up at the pump because of this war of choice. Now he's asking us for $200 million to continue this war when we have a crisis of housing. When we have an affordability crisis in this country where people can't afford to send their kids to school, students are in crushing student debt, people can't afford their groceries. Focus on that. Let's fix something on that and not continue these forever wars in the Middle East where, I might say, our taxpayer dollars are being used to go bomb innocent people. I mean, just look at a lot of the studies and the fact that this recent investigation, it looks like our country bombed that girls' school in Iran that killed hundreds of people, including many students. Maybe instead of bombing schools in Iran, we should build schools here. I don't know. Doesn't sound too radical to me. So my hope is that we can focus in on the people of this country. That is what the whole America First thing was all about. But I'm a no on that. I'm absolutely a no on sending more taxpayer dollars to go to some war in the Middle East or overseas. Let's spend the money here to protect our people here from predatory corporations in Wall Street that are buying them out of their homes, that are raising up the cost of rent. That's really what we need to focus on. So I am fully against any kind of supplemental. Our military receives, the Department of Defense receives over $1 trillion. $1 trillion. They haven't passed the audit in the last 10 audits, and 75% of that money goes to military contractors, not even our service members. I come from an Air Force family. Okay, so these are the things that people have to keep in mind, and I'm very against more money towards this reckless, illegal war.
And just another question. As you know, your party currently does not hold the majority in the House or the Senate. What do you think it's going to take to get this act passed?
this act, my hope is it'll be bipartisan. Like I said, this isn't a Democratic thing. This is a people thing. And my hope is I'll be able to get a few of my House colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring this bill and moving this forward. This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. This is a bipartisan issue everyone should be on. And I'm fairly confident we'll be able to get some Republican support on this. I just got a Republican co-sponsor on another bill I introduced that has to do with removing barriers to housing. Right now, if you're convicted 10 or 20 years ago of selling marijuana or selling drugs, and you did your time and you're trying to get your life together, you could be barred from renting for the rest of your life under current law. My bill changes that, and I have a Republican on that bill with me. So my hope is we'll be able to work in a bipartisan way to get this passed.
Now, isn't owning the land only part of the problem, though? I mean, because you've got to have, like for instance, this property, you've got to have electrical, you've got to have sewer, you've got to have water. Who's paying for all that infrastructure, even if the residents are able to own the land?
Well, number one, a lot of that infrastructure exists, right? As these folks live in those communities, the upkeep, you're looking around at this is what we don't want to happen, right? They live in a community right now that has that infrastructure. And the way that this works is private equity comes into existing communities. They're not interested in building something, right? The problem isn't that private equity is building communities and people are moving in, is they're coming in and buying up communities that already exist, buying up all the land, and then hiking up all the rents, hiking up everything, and the services go down, and then they're paying more for something for less. That's the problem. A lot of the infrastructure already exists. It's not that private equity is building new housing, manufactured housing communities and trying to get everyone to come in, is that they're taking over the existing ones, and that's the main problem here.
Well, as a former mobile home owner myself, I bought one 30 years ago over in Volusia County, and in 2004 I went deeply into debt over paying for hurricane damage. That put me so far behind, it took me 20 years to get out of that hole personally. How safe is that, given that this is Florida and we have hurricanes?
I mean, it is a huge issue, and we know that we have an insurance crisis in this state as well, and really across the country. But this bill really has to do with giving the power to the community so they can jointly all own the land that their home is on, right? That's what this is focused on, and that helps empower people to be able to handle other situations as well.
What about TSA? They haven't been paid for like a month now. For sure. Thought about the...
I mean, it's horrible. And look, in the Senate, we put forth a bill that would pay members in TSA, that would fund FEMA, and allow us to continue the negotiations on what's going on with ICE. We don't want ICE killing American citizens. We don't want ICE terrorizing our communities. And we said we're not going to give them a penny more till we have the negotiations to rein in all of this chaos that's going on. This is a false choice that the president wants us to have. He says, well, if you don't give us the money to go kill citizens and terrorize your communities, we're not going to pay TSA, and we're not going to give FEMA the money that they need. So we put forth a bill that said, let's pay for everything else and let's keep the focus on ICE, because that's where the negotiations are. They voted against it. They voted against it in the Senate. Now we put forth a discharge petition. If we get 3 Republicans to sign it, we can have a vote in the House, and my hope is we'll have that. So, again, it's false choices. We're Congress. We can do whatever we want. We can pass a bill to fund TSA. We can continue talking about ICE. That's what we want to do. They don't want to do it right now because they're using the fact that TSA members are not getting paid as a pawn in this fight. It's disgraceful. That's part of the reason I've signed on to a bill called the Shutdown Fairness Act, Paycheck Fairness Act, which would ensure that the working people who work for the federal government aren't caught in these political battles where they're not receiving a paycheck. And I'm really proud to co-sponsor that bill, and my hope is we'll get it passed. Neither party should be able to weaponize the paycheck of a working person. I mean, and so it's disgraceful, and my hope is we can get this passed. But we won't allow them to pummel us into submission where we're going to give them $8 billion more for an agency that is completely reckless, killing people on the streets, terrorizing our communities, breaking the law. We're just not going to do it. So, my hope.
Congressman Maxwell Frost, Democratic congressman, Florida's 10th district, right out of Orlando, speaking earlier today at that news conference in Orlando. We still have more Florida Live to come after this. We hope you keep it right here. We'll be right back after this short break on Fox Local, YouTube, Fox 35 and also the Fox 35 Orlando Facebook page. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live on this Friday, and a big day for Grammy Award-winning artist Alessia Cara, who released a new album today called Love or Lack Thereof, which features some new takes on some of her old hits. And I had the chance to speak with her earlier today about her new album, the process for making it, and when she'll be back in Florida. Grammy Award-winning artist Alessia Cara joins me now. Alessia, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us. This Love or Lack Thereof album, really unique, I think, kind of a concept here to reimagine some of your hit songs in a different way. And so I'm just kind of curious where the inspiration for that came from. Where did this album come from?
Well, it's something that I wanted to do for a very long time. Jazz and soul are two of my favorite genres. And so I wanted to find a good way to transition into that sort of world for a little bit in a way that felt natural and fun. And this just sort of happened. We came off of tour, and I guess I caught the live bug a little bit because I was performing live for the whole year. So I was like, I want to do something totally live. I was just in that space. It was also coming off of the 10-year anniversary of my first album. So I was like, what's a cool way to like put all these things together, jazz and soul and live, and a way to honor the 10 years. And we came up with this idea to re-record a bunch of my love or heartbreak songs in this like jazz and soul style, totally live over the course of 3 days. And I'm just really glad it worked out. So I'm really proud of it.
What was that process like for you, kind of going back and reimagining some of these hits of yours?
Well, first of all, it was tough to pick which songs we wanted to do because, you know, I have a lot of heartbreak songs, a few love songs, but mostly heartbreak songs. So I was like, which one do I pick out of all these? And I love so many of these songs, right? So the the process at first was like challenging, just to figure out, okay, which ones do we want to do? Which ones can we do? What would feel good? And then finding the arrangements too was also like a fun challenge. You know, we wanted to make them still sound familiar to the fans who love them, but also make them feel refreshed and reimagined. And so it was like a fun little balance to figure out like the happy medium. But I think we did it successfully, hopefully.
What's harder? Kind of reimagining something of yours from the past or writing a new song from scratch?
Oh man, I guess it depends on the day. I think sometimes I struggle to write if I'm like going through a lot of feelings. It can be hard to verbalize on some days, and then other days it feels like the easiest thing. So I guess it depends on the day and sort of where I'm at in my head. But they're both like challenges in different ways.
What would you say that these songs and their different styles kind of allows you to express that maybe the original versions of these songs didn't?
Good question. I mean, I guess for a lot of the songs, you know, when there's a bunch of production around all of them, which I love. I love pop music. I love heavily produced things, of course. But I think you're able to express a little bit more and stretch vocally and lyrically when there's space to do so. So I think doing things in this sort of acoustic, live style, I was just able to really emote more, you know, and you really hear the things I'm saying. It's funny because my dad, he's of course been listening to my music since I've been putting it out, but when he listened to this album, he's like, you know, this is the first time that I'm actually understanding some of the lyrics you're saying, like, because I can hear it and I can feel you. I finally know what you're saying now. I'm like, thanks, Dad. You didn't know what any of my music was about before. But it's just funny because, you know, I think you can actually give yourself the chance to understand and like emote properly when you're given like the space to do it. So I hope that, you know, people feel the same.
Leave it to Dad for a comment like that, right?
I know. I gotta love him though. He's the best.
So it has been 10 years now since your multi-platinum debut album. And I'm just curious kind of how your perspective as an artist has changed over those years.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to revisit all these songs too and like kind of hear where I was at each point in my life and my views on things and, you know, particularly around love and, you know, the way I felt about it then and versus the way I feel about it now. So it was cool. It was like a nice little journey through the last 10 years. And that's why we ended off with a new song, actually, I'm in Trouble. I thought, you know, if I'm going to do this new album and if I'm going to commemorate these 10 years, I got to like put a pin and put a little stamp on like where I'm at now, I guess, if that makes sense, like sonically, lyrically, emotionally. So I thought it'd be a good way to sort of cap off the last 10 years with like a nice brand new one.
And that one, I'm told you wrote it just the day before you recorded it in the studio?
Yeah, literally the day before. It was a super last minute addition. I didn't intend on writing anything new for it. I thought it was just going to be like reimagining the old stuff, but it just felt right. I was like, we got to do a new one, you know? And I love jazz music so much. I love soul so much. So I was like, you know, self-indulging a little bit and being like, I just want to make more of this stuff. So we wrote it super quickly, and thankfully it was one of the days where it felt easy to write. I'm glad that it worked out that way. And yeah, it came out very quickly, very naturally.
And on this album, you collaborate on a couple songs with Norah Jones and Nelly Furtado. So how did those collaborations come about?
Well, they're two people who have been super kind to me, you know, in so many different ways. Nelly, on one end, we share the same team and we run in the same circles. So I've kind of known her for a while, and she's always been just super, super kind and generous with me. And when I was thinking of what songs to do, I thought of the song Shapeshifter, and I was like, she would sound so good on this song. And I kind of just shot my shot and was like, would you want to do this? And she was so sweet. Thankfully, she was in the same city at the same time, so she came in and recorded her part, and I just couldn't be happier with it. I'm just so thrilled that she joined this. And as far as Norah Jones, I sang with her on her podcast a few months ago, and so I knew our voices already sounded really good together, and I kept her in mind. And again, you can't do jazz without, you know, thinking of Norah Jones, of course. So I again shot my shot, and she said yes. So I feel very lucky to have 2 for 2.
What do you hope your fans take away from this album? What do you hope they get from listening to this?
I mean, I guess if you've been a fan for a while, I hope you can really feel the journey that we've been on together throughout the last 10 years. I hope it makes you feel nostalgic, and I hope it feels familiar in a nice, warm, and fuzzy way. But for anyone who's maybe in love or going through heartbreak, and if you haven't heard the music before, I hope you just feel connected. I hope you feel like there's somebody out there that has felt the same experiences as you, or gone through the same experiences as you, and has felt the same feelings as you. And I hope there's just a sense of comfort in that.
Going to be coming to Florida on a tour?
I would love to. I love Florida, especially now in Canada. The weather's not so great, so I'm relying on Florida to help bring me some heat and some sun.
Oh, there you go. We're going to be in the 70s today, and it's going to be sunny, so come on down.
So good. Yes, please. I would love to.
All right. Grammy Award-winning artist Alessia Cara celebrating the release of the new album Love or Lack Thereof, out now. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so give that album a listen, and here's some of those sunny and warm vibes she was talking about. Live look at Daytona Beach on this Friday. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Give you a live look right now at Inter&Co Stadium where the Orlando Pride play tonight, and also excitement growing for the start of the UFL season when the new Orlando Storm kick off their season at Inter&Co in Orlando on Sunday, March 29th. Welcome back into Florida Live. Aaron Weimer here, and like I said, excitement growing for that. Some members of the team, the coach, some other officials were out in the community today and through this weekend with a number of events to really get community engagement and try to build up some more excitement for the start of that season, because there are a number of Central Florida ties on that team, including a couple of former UCF players who are now on the roster, including Cole Schneider, who is an offensive lineman for the Storm and a UCF alum. And we heard from him, had the chance to speak with him earlier today outside Inter&Co Stadium.
Just a little gut check. How are we feeling today? Are we excited to be in Orlando? I'm excited. I played college football here at UCF, so it's always good to be back in Orlando. It feels like a second home to me. Got the season right around the corner here, March 29th, and I'm just ready to play ball. Ready to play ball back in the city where it all started for me.
And how practice has been going? Are we feeling ready for game day?
Oh, absolutely. It's being in the spring league a couple years now. This camp has definitely been different, very, very progressive, and a lot of things are happening that we want them to. And it's been great, man. It's a great atmosphere over there with those guys. Coaching's phenomenal, and again, excited, man. Excited to play football.
Absolutely. And tell me a little bit about what's going on this weekend.
This weekend? Well, this weekend we just finished up camp. A couple of us guys over here, showing face in Orlando, since we're based out of Dallas, and really want to get the fan base, up started it, and excited to get all the seats filled up, and just excited to play. It's right around the corner. That's all I'm thinking about is football.
Yeah, this is the inaugural season, right? So why is it important to get out into the community and engage with Orlando?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely important. There's been, as Orlando knows, there's been previous Orlando teams in the spring league, and a lot of them haven't really stuck through. And it's pretty hard to engage, and there's so much going on in Orlando, and so many people that would want to be here and be able to be a part of this fan base. And we just got to be able to reach out. Whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, they tell their friends and family. I think it's pretty important to engage with the community and just let everybody know that we're here. And if they want to watch football, some good football, they know where to find us here at Aaron & Co.
Yeah, and what can they expect? Why should they come out and watch the Orlando Storm?
We're going to score a lot of points. First game, DJ Khaled halftime. You get football, you get a little DJ Khaled. $14 for a ticket. What else are you doing Sunday, Just come out, have some fun, bring the friends, watch us score some points.
Yeah, and that game 8 o'clock on Sunday, March 29th, so just over a week away from that. And like I said, the DJ Khaled going to be doing a concert as well, so that'll be a good time. Thanks for joining us here on this Friday afternoon. We're out of time here for Florida Live, but our live streaming news coverage continues over on Fox Local in just 1 minute, so we will meet you over there. Have a good weekend.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. Still have half an hour with you before we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus, and we have much more to get to. In fact, coming up in just a little bit, we're going to be talking about a judge's decision in South Florida that could have ramifications for the future of red light cameras here in the state of Florida. So we're going to be talking all about that around 3:15. So stay tuned for that. We will have more on that in just a little bit. Right now, though, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Friday, as we are counting down to the weekend, and there is a lot going on this weekend. We had the chance to speak with our friends at U-Nation earlier today for our Community Crossroads, where they highlight some of the things that are going on that you might want to check out. Gave us a lot of good options for this weekend.
So excited to finally have a beautiful weekend ahead of us, Orlando. So it gives us an excuse to get out of the house and go do some really incredible things. We've got 4 events lined up for you and a couple of new spots that you should check out this weekend.
Yeah, so let's start with a big one that we've been talking about here, and that's MegaCon.
One of my personal favorite annual events that happens in Orlando every year. It is just such a fan experience. Anyone who is a fan of pop culture, no matter what your favorite IP is, you can find something that you're going to love at MegaCon. This event is happening at the Orange County Convention Center today through Sunday, and there is just so much when it comes to MegaCon. I'll try to sum it up for you guys, but not only are there like a lot of cosplay competitions and meetups, they also have an area, the anime arena, where you can meet some of your favorite voice actors from your favorite animes, attend different panels, join anime cosplay meetups. But I think one of the biggest talking points about MegaCon is how many celebrities are going to be there. There are so many opportunities for you to have like Q&A panels with your favorite celebrities, photo ops, autographs, and this lineup is wild. We're starting with the 25th anniversary of Lord of the Rings. There is a Lord of the Rings reunion with Orlando Bloom, Liv Tyler, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, and more. Plus, Brendan Fraser, John Cena, Alec Baldwin, William Shatner, Mr. T, and Jodie Whittaker are all going to be in appearance. The Grammy Award-winning voices from Huntrix, from K-pop Demon Hunters, the voices of Rumi and Zoe are going to be here this weekend. Plus, if you're a fan of Stranger Things Season 5, the stars of Delightful Derek and Cameron Wheeler will also be here this weekend. And truly, there are so many more, and so many more great things happening. A couple of pro tips from someone who goes every year. Parking can be a little bit of a pain, so prepay if you can. If not, just make sure you arrive early and know you might have to pay a little bit extra to have some good parking opportunities. Like I said, arrive early. There's going to be a line to get in, but security and getting your badge and everything goes by super quickly, so don't even worry about it. And come in costume. Come wearing some of your favorite merchandise from your favorite TV shows, movies, comics, whatever it is, because it's such a great opportunity to meet people and build that community that loves what you love. The vendor hall does get very, very crowded, as you can kind of see from these videos. So just be patient and be kind with the crowds, because you'll never know, who you're going to bump into, who you're going to meet, and you want to make sure you have time to look at all the incredible vendors that are going to be there.
It's one of those things where I think people maybe who haven't been have some preconceived notions about it, but there really is just such a wide range of stuff that it offers. There's probably something for everybody there.
Oh, 100%. Years that I go, I've seen some Star Wars setups. I've seen, there was even like last year, a little book haul where a bunch of authors came in and was signing all of their books. I know they have a horror panel specifically, so if you love Halloween Horror Nights, they got something there for you. So no matter what it is that you love, MegaCon has something for you. I guarantee it.
Right. And now let's talk about Martini Fest going on this weekend for if you're looking for something sophisticated.
If you love trying different martinis, this is going to be the event for you at Caribe Royale tomorrow from 5 to 10 p.m. You can go and taste all different types of martinis. It's going to be a lot of fun. This hotel is stunning on the inside. There's so much to do there besides trying the martinis, but this was such a big hit last year that they decided to continue it this year. I do have a few tips though. If you do go, try to get a DD or download a rideshare app, because again, you will be tasting a lot of different drinks. We still have tickets available on UNation as well as a last minute event, so you can still go get those tickets. They're still available right now. They even have VIP tastings, so if you want that VIP ticket and spend a little bit extra money, you're going to get even a better experience. And of course, if you are hungry, they have a great restaurant in there called Stadium Club. You can go in their 360 bar, continue the party over there, and grab some delicious bites. They have the best pizza. They also have different simulators, so you can play golf, you can play baseball. There's a lot of different things to just work those drinks off before you go. Parking is not included, so just be prepared to pay and go to the hotel. And of course, bring a jacket in the evening. This is an indoor event, but it will get a little bit chillier, so just dress warmly, plan and be prepared for a DD, and have a great time.
So many, it sounds like, different varieties and different things that you are going to want to try there.
Absolutely. We're going to actually have a couple people on our team going out and trying it. So you can actually check us out on Stuff to Do in Orlando and watch it live if you're not able to make it.
All right. That is good to know there. Another way to experience that. And let's talk about the Winter Park Sidewalk Art Festival. Easy for me to say, but really cool thing to check out this weekend too.
As we mentioned, this weekend is going to be absolutely gorgeous outside. So, a good excuse to go enjoy it outside in Winter Park, right on Park Avenue. This is the 67th annual Winter Park Sidewalk Art Festival. That is a mouthful, Garrett. I understand that. And it's happening today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Today and tomorrow, it'll be happening from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you'll be able to stroll through hundreds of different artist booths featuring their work in clay, painting, photography, sculpture, jewelry, fiber, glass, and so many more artistic mediums. It's also a very family-friendly event with some interactive children's workshops and a student exhibit as well to showcase some artworks of some local students. And of course, you get the chance to purchase these one-of-a-kind pieces directly from the artists themselves. I should also mention, probably the most important part, this is a free event. It costs no money to come and stroll and enjoy this beautiful artwork. So definitely show up for your community, enjoy the beautiful day on Park Avenue, and of course, go support the local businesses and local restaurants on Park Avenue as well, and just make it a whole day.
You might want to plan ahead, though, because we know that parking might not be the easiest for something like this.
For sure. Parking can be a little complicated around the Winter Park neighborhood. It's free parking, so that's a plus. But like we said, it's going to be a very big crowded event. So get there early, park early to get the good spots in the garage and the parking lots, unless you may park in some of the neighborhoods and have to walk just a little bit farther.
And Sarah, also going on this weekend, tell us about the Orlando Jazz Festival.
If you love jazz, you're going to have to go to this festival. This is Saturday and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. So you have the whole day. Again, the weather's going to be super pretty. They're going to be playing smooth sounds and soulful rhythms, and they're going to be having features from Grammy-nominated trumpeter and composer Chief Ajuda, who brings jazz, Afro-Indigenous rhythm, and forward-thinking sound to the lineup. There's also going to be more of a contemporary jazz and R&B vibe. So if you're trying to test out jazz and maybe you're not a huge jazz fan, it's going to be a little bit more contemporary. So bring those friends, go and just have a great time. It's going to be right in front of the lake with a really, really stunning waterfront view.
Well, you can't beat that. Going to be a really nice thing to check out, and some really cool stuff there. We have quite the wide range of experiences and events going on this weekend, so really something for everyone to check out. And we also have a few new spots that you want to spotlight, some new places for people to check out across Orlando.
Yes, we have 3 new locations we want to tell you guys about that you can go and add to your weekend itinerary and go experience more of what Orlando has to offer. Kicking off with the Abitsu store. It is actually the largest Abitsu store in the world, opened right here in Orlando. It is on West Sand Lake off of Highway 482. And it is your one-stop shop for your favorite Japanese snacks, beauty care, anime, and so much more. When our team went, they definitely were obsessed with all the different fun snack options they have. Japanese candy and snacks, honestly, hit different. They have so many unique flavors that you just cannot get in traditional American stores, including pizza chips. The one they're holding right there, the pizza flavor chips, they said were incredible, which I now need to try ASAP. But they also have affordable everyday essentials, again, snack beauty, some home goods, and everything is imported directly straight from Japan, so it's authentically Japanese. And the store itself is very, very bright, very fun. It's very organized, a lot to explore, so it's not overwhelming when you go in there. It's very clear, and overall, just a really perfect spot for discovering some new favorite things in a little hidden gem in Orlando.
And give us our next spotlight here at the Polynesian Fire Dinner Show.
So this is replacing where the old Al Capone's was in Kissimmee. This Polynesian Fire Dinner Show has actually been around in Orlando and has been at 2 separate locations. Before this, it was at Desertland Park, but they moved it because of fire code and they wanted to perform with the actual fire. It was so much fun. I went last Friday night. They had the best food I've ever had. It is a Polynesian buffet. We actually got to meet the chef, and all the food is super authentic. I've never had dinner show food this amazing. We kept going back for more and more. They also have a lot of different crowd interactions and experiences, so get ready to get called up on stage and be a part of the show. This was a lot of fun. This is for people of all ages, kids, families, adults. If you want to go on a date night, this is a perfect date night spot. They have a live Polynesian band, and of course, you're going to see those authentic dances, and it was just a lot of fun. I highly, highly recommend if you haven't done this. It does seem a little bit touristy, but as a local, I loved being transported all the way into like the Polynesian islands. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a cool way to kind of experience that. And Ashley, tell us about The Eye.
The Eye is a brand new restaurant that just opened on International Drive. And before you think, the big giant Ferris wheel? No, this is a Mediterranean inspired restaurant where dinner and nightlife combine. So not only are you having a really beautiful and really yummy Mediterranean course experience, but there's also live dancers, live music, and a DJ blasting the tunes, really creating this nightlife experience. They have some really great happy hour specials you should definitely check out. Monday through Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. They have half price appetizers and cocktails. So add that to your list if you're not looking for a full menu price after hours. But they also have a bunch of upscale tapas and handcrafted cocktails. And it's very immersive setting, as you can see from this beautiful video that we have right here. It is perfect for a full night out, celebrations of any kind, birthdays of any kind, or maybe you're just celebrating the fact that it's Friday. Then this is definitely a great spot for you right here on iDrive. I will say reservations are required because this place fills up fast.
Any reason to celebrate, no reason to celebrate, seems like a good place, whatever.
You know, the fact that it's Friday, I'm here with you guys, I'm breathing and having a great time, that is a perfect reason to celebrate.
There we go. I like that mentality right there. Sarah Barkley, social coordinator, Ashley Edwards, director of creative strategy. Always enjoy talking about what to do in Orlando this weekend. You always give us a lot of great options and some fun things to check out. So we appreciate you joining us. And where can folks learn more?
Yes, we are. So on UNation, you can download the free app and you can learn about all of these events and more, plus all these businesses and more that are just now opening, and also some hidden gem ones as well. If you guys want to connect with us more in real time, you guys can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, all the social medias at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Live look at downtown Orlando on this Friday afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming for more than 4 hours now, and we appreciate you joining us. It was a tough loss last night for the Orlando Magic. Pretty brutal, actually. I forgot the final score, 130 to 111 against Charlotte last night. They're hosting the Lakers this weekend. We heard from Coach Mose last night talking about what adjustments need to be made. for this Magic team, as they're now in the kind of the final stretch of the regular season here.
Coach, it seemed to switch for your group, late first quarter, early second quarter there. What did you sense change over that span?
Yeah, I think a couple times we got downhill, didn't get a couple calls. They were able to get out on the break. We turned it over a couple times, just leading to their easy transition baskets. They opened it up with some three-pointers. We missed a couple. Then, our ability to not sprint back in transition allowed them to get some early easy baskets, a close game, and then it just ballooned.
Obviously, you had the ejection there. What did you feel led to that? And kind of what message were you trying to deliver?
Yeah, I got to be better for our group in that situation. Listen, I thought we went to the basket up a couple times. Didn't get a couple calls that were very similar on the other end, and just the level of consistency in that. So that's what I was fighting for our guys, to be able to see that if we're going to play a physical style of basketball, which we do, that I'm okay with it being called on the other end as long as we're getting the same call on that on our end. Again, our guys wanted to continue to fight, keep fighting no matter what's going on in the game, and I've got to be better in that situation to not put us up against the wall there.
I know you're not for excuses, but when you're down 3 starters, 2 of which for an extended period, how taxing can that even be on the bench, and what can you do to kind of get that unit going as well?
Yeah, I think, we'll go back and look at it. We've got the Lakers coming up, so our ability to maybe make some subs a little quicker, get guys in there with different units. But again, it's got to be our defensive mindset that's got to kick in. Our physicality's got to be there, regardless of whether we're getting calls or not. Our defense has got to set the tone from the beginning of the game. And knowing going against a team like this, who offensive-minded, they can get out in the open court. We've got to make sure we, sit down, guard, keep the ball in front of us, rebound the basketball to not let them get easy baskets. I think that was a big key of it. But we'll continue to take a look at things, and hopefully we start to get some guys back, so you're not pressing so much on the guys in that starting line.
And lastly, your group has, goes home now against the Lakers. Every game now with the East being so close is critical. What do you want to see out of your unit back at home at the Cube?
Yeah, just in front of our home fans, just to be able to, scrap, to be able to continue to fight, play with that sense of intensity, urgency, joy for one another together. I think all those pieces are key, but again, it's got to be our defense that sets the tone, and then our ability to keep moving and sharing the basketball. And I think that urgency that we need to continue to play with nightly is going to be very important down this stretch.
The game seemed to shift that late first quarter, second quarter. What changed over that period that kind of allowed them to get the advantage and run away with it?
I think that like when you're playing a team like that, you give them an inch and they take a mile. You got to be extremely locked in, disciplined on defense. They score the ball in a variety of ways. I thought that, they was able to get out and get some threes. Kobe White got going. And offensively we struggled to put the ball in the basket, and we had some conversations about it. We think we just need to play more together. You see a team like that, a team like Atlanta that we just ended up playing, OKC. All those teams are sharing the ball, moving without the ball, and it's generating good things for the entire team. So, I think we need to lean into that a little bit more.
You saw Mose get ejected. As a player, how much do you appreciate the way he's fighting for you guys and trying to fuel you guys as well as get what he sees as fair situation?
Yeah, Mose always goes to bat for us. I don't think that's ever a question, on whether or not he's got our back. So definitely like the fire, and, it's on us to match that and, display that on the court.
Bill, I know you're a no excuses kind of guy, but when you're down 2 starters for an extended period, down additionally Dell tonight, how taxing can that be on a group, and where even down on the bench level as well?
Well, it's part of it. That's what comes with an NBA season. You're not always going to have your your guys, and the best teams in the league find a way to still make it happen, and we have to do that.
You know how close it is in the Eastern Conference standings right now. How critical does another one become with the Lakers this weekend, and how critical is this two-game stretch at the Kia Center?
Yeah, I mean it's big. There's no other way around it. It's a great challenge for us. Lakers team is playing extremely well, but we get them, in our building, and it's good. I'm sure it's going to be a good environment. So I'm looking forward to the challenge.
A big game Saturday night, that's for sure. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Do want to apologize. Looks like our interview about the red light cameras decision has fallen through today. We'll do what we can to bring that to you on Monday. Now, earlier today, I did have the chance to speak with Eli Sussman, the founder of Fish on First, about the Miami Marlins and how spring training has been going, what the outlook is for them, because we are now less than a week away, thank goodness, from Major League Baseball opening day. A lot of excitement for that. And Eli tells us what we should know about the Marlins and their chances this season.
The Marlins will say, and I think almost every other team would agree, that the sign of a successful spring training is guys just don't get hurt. That's the most important thing, is actually having your players available for the real games coming up shortly. And from that perspective, you'd have to say it's been successful for this team. They lost one starting pitcher in Adam Mazur to season-ending elbow surgery, but that's about it. Almost everybody else is either going to be opening day ready or ready very shortly after that, in a way that gives them very good depth, at least at the start of the season. In terms of what we've actually seen on the field, I think a team-wide trend that has stood out is the base running. They are right at the top of the leaderboards for team stolen bases. It's not only a huge volume of steals, but also very good efficiency as well. Like, they're making very good decisions from a wide variety of players on the roster. This is something that was more of an emphasis throughout the entire Marlins organization last season, and it has definitely carried over into 2026. So the preparation that they put into that, not just having the athletes to do it, but actually putting in the research on the opposition in order to get really high quality leads and know exactly when you want to steal. That's going to be important, because this is a team that didn't hit for a ton of power last year. And right now it could kind of go either way in that department. It's going to be important for them to create runs by doing things like that, by running the bases more aggressively.
And this is a team that has one of the youngest rosters in Major League Baseball. That's something that, of course, is not necessarily new to this Marlins franchise. But what do you make of the young talent on this team and what they might be capable of?
It's somewhat of a necessity, because if we're being honest, they're young because they're inexpensive, one of the lowest payrolls in all baseball. If that direction comes from ownership, then it kind of hamstrings what the front office can do in terms of putting the team together. But that being said, they are a little bit more experienced than last year. There is a lot of continuity of guys that were rookies last year. For a team that had more than a dozen different players make their major league debuts, most of those players are back, and it wouldn't be all that ridiculous to expect many of them to be even better versions of themselves now that they have that experience moving forward. And they made a couple of free agent signings to add a little bit more experience on the position player side. It's Christopher Morel, who looks like he'll be the primary first baseman at the start of the year. The one that they're more encouraged about to this point would have to be on the pitching side, Chris Paddock, who has been ironically started his professional career with the Marlins organization more than a decade ago, was traded away. He's become a bit of a journeyman at this point, but he's been fantastic in spring training. We're talking heading into his final start of the spring. He still hasn't allowed a single earned run. And I think the Marlins are pretty happy about the variety of his pitch mix and his willingness to learn from them, even at this stage of his career. I think he's going to be a good fit for their clubhouse overall, to go along with, of course, having Sandy Alcantara being one of the few really long-term staples of their clubhouse. He's someone that's still very enthusiastic, and he himself is trying to bounce back from an uncharacteristically bad year, and that gives him all the motivation that he needs.
Well, last season under contract too, if I'm not mistaken, which is some additional motivation to succeed.
His last guaranteed year under his deal. If he performs well enough, there is a club option for 2027 as well. If he performs the way that he did last season, then that option might be declined, and he, as you say, he might become a free agent. So there is that pressure on him at this stage of his career to show that, if not one of the better pitchers in the league, that to show that he's at least somebody that they can count on to eat a ton of quality innings for them throughout the course of the season.
NL East is a tough division, Eli. So where do the Marlins fit?
It's, when you look at it on paper, almost every single year, it seems a bit daunting from Marlins' perspective. This is a team that's never won the National League East in their entire history, and it would be quite it would be a miracle if they won it again this year. I mean, fortunately, we're in an era with this expanded postseason format where there's no pressure really to win a division. You can still make it in one of 3 wildcard spots, and this is a Marlins team that they've been pretty clear about their philosophy as an organization under Peter Bendix. He's the president of baseball operations. The goal is just to make the playoffs as often as possible, get a ticket to the dance, and then we'll see what happens from there. And you can do that by finishing 3rd in the division. There's a crazy scenario where technically if they finish 4th in the division, it's possible. I mean, just looking around, I would say the vibes around the Marlins are still relatively positive, all things considered. They did finish the year in a good place during not really more than half a season in 2025. From the middle of June onward, they were a well above 500 team, and they were beating quality teams during the course.
We'll see what the season shakes out for the Marlins. You can watch our full conversation with Eli on YouTube and on Fox Local. We also talked about how the atmosphere at the World Baseball Classic in Miami could translate to a regular season and a playoff push for the Marlins. Thanks for joining us. Time for Fox 35 West.